It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables?
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. 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 I am here with you in the virtually not alone bubble. Welcome to the Sunday chill stream. I've already got something for you. I've been working already this morning. And so it's a tribute to dog bark. So it's going to have a lot of dog bark samples in there. And I'm going to see if I can put some PVK samples in there as well, kind of him talking about dog bark. Um, and then, of course, probably going to end it out with dog bark himself, just playing something, you know. Um, I am going to miss dog bark. I think that he had one of the best voices that I've heard in a long time, and when I say that, obviously, you know, people can hear best in all different types of ways, but what I'm mostly pointing to is the passion and the honesty with which he sang. He sang like he meant it, and that's not as easy as you might expect. Well, I should say it's much easier when you actually mean it. If you really mean it, it's easy. And so, whenever someone sings like that, there's a vulnerability there, but there's also a power there. And so, I think I was kind of always struck by Dog Bark's confidence and his charity, but his really his skill and his feel. You know, he felt the music deeply, and the hymns won't sound the same without him. So, without further ado, let's play what I got so far.
Judge of heaven and earth, a very conservative man. And, you know, I sort of took my clues from him. He said, on one hand, and this is how I work pastoral, I just made a video.
So that was that. And look what happened in the interim. My sunglass lens came out of my glasses. Ups, was this a you can hear it symbol or I can't hear it symbol? Just, wondering minds. Inquisitive minds want to know. I really like the drums on this part right here. I think this is very cool. Gonna have to be gentle with these glasses.
What's right? The judge of heaven and earth. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him?
What up, Chad?
Specifically? Well, the same God who sent his Son is still the judge, and he will do what's right. And the details of that I cannot say. But the confidence I have is in the character of God, which I'm not different from those guys arguing about. Arguing that universalism is true because of the character of God. We see the same character of God. God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? Well, the same God who sent his Son is still the judge, and he God so loved the world. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? Well, the same God who sent his Son is still the judge, and he will do what's right. And the details of that I cannot say. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him? For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son. so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son. That whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son. That whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? The same God who sent For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? The same God who For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? The same God who sent his Son is still the judge, and he will do what's right. And the details of that I cannot say, but the confidence I have is in the character of God, which I'm not different from those guys arguing about. Arguing that universalism is true because of the character of God. We seem to say the same. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? The same God who sent his Son is still the judge, and he will do what's right. And the details of that I cannot say, but the confidence I have is in the character of God, which I'm not different from those guys arguing about. Arguing that universalism is true because of the character of God. We see For God so loved the world. Say the same. We see the same character of God. For God so loved the world. For God so loved the world so much because of the character of God. We seem to say the same. We see the same character of God. But we might see other questions about. Well, what about that? Of God. We seem to say the same. We see the same character of God. We seem to say the same. We see the same character of God. But we seem to say the same. We see the same character of God. But we might see other.
Welcome. If you're just joining us, we are sampling Dog Bark today in memory of Dog Bark, our R.I.P. Dog Bark. We will miss you.
For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in the main character of God? Say God, but we might see other questions about, well, what about this? And what about whoever believes in him? This channel, where he labels himself a 4-point or 5-point Arminian, was never a member of Livingstone, but was interested. I didn't know if he would stay long enough for that, but I have no question in my mind. Dog Bark, trust in Jesus. No question in my mind. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? The same God who sent his Son is still the judge, and he will do what's right. And the details of that I cannot say. But the confidence I have is in the character of God, which I'm not different from those guys arguing about, arguing that universalism is true because of the character of God. We seem to say the same, we see the same character of God, but we might see other questions about, well, what about this? And what about, and it seems strange to have, Jordan Daniel Woods. But we might see other questions about, what about this? And what about, and it seems strange to have, Jordan say the same, we see the same character of God, but we might see other questions about, what about this? And what about, and it seems strange to have, Jordan Daniel Woods. God, but we might see other questions about, what about this? And what about, God, but we might see, God, but we might see other questions. God, but we might see other questions. God, but we might see other questions. God, but we might see other questions about. God, but we might see other questions about. What about this? But we might see other questions about. What about this? And what about? And it seems strange to have, Jordan Daniel Woods.
Unto thee clear. Unto thee. Unto unto thee.
The character of God. We seem to say the same, we see the same character of God, but we might see other questions about. We see the same character of God, but we might say the same, we see the same character God, but we might see other questions about but we might see it's true because of the character of God. We seem to say the same, we see the same character of God. But we might see other questions. Other questions about character of God, but we might see other questions about but we might see other questions about but we might see other questions about we might see other questions about but we might see other questions about There was never a man's soul. You can find him talking with Pine Creek Doug on his channel, where he labels himself a 4-point or 5-point Arminian. There was never.
If some people want to come in and talk about something, I am more than happy to do that. So come on in and play.
I knew the man's soul. You can find him talking with Pine Creek Doug. You can find him talking with Pine Creek Doug on his channel, where he labels himself a 4-point or 5-point Arminian. There was never a member of Living Stones, but was interested. I didn't know if he would stay long enough for that, but I have no question in my mind. Dog bark, trust in Jesus. No question in my mind. Now, sometimes people come to me and tell me stories of loved ones and say, what do you think about them? My first question is, I am not their judge. My second answer is, the man's soul. You can find him talking with Pine Creek Doug. But we might see other questions about
Oh, sick. Thank you, Chad. That's a lot of tracks, baby. I'm just downloading all the tracks now. You know, a good time to play it from the front.
A very conservative man. And, you know, I sort of took my clues from him. He said, on one hand, and this is how I work pastorally, I just made a video about dog bark stuff. And I used dog bark as an illustration. He's known here in the Zones, and he's known out on the internet. Participation is free. I have no problem talking about dog bark research. I have no problem giving family assurance that dog bark is with.
Hey, Ron.
There are other funerals that I do that do not have that. And some of the people might say, you're not talking about this person the way you're talking about that person. I said, no, that's right. Because I feel short of something. To tolerate it on one hand, go with scripture, and we might be short on money, we might be short on talent, we might be short on finesse and
The theology of this is not easy, as again those major theological camps have recognized. But pastorally, the main point is God will get it right. So when people come to me,
And let's say, like in the case of Dog Bark, I knew the man's heart, I knew the man's soul. You can find him talking with Pine Creek Doug on his channel, where he labels himself a 4-point or 5-point Arminian. There was never a member of Living Stones, but was interested. I didn't know if he would stay long enough for that, but I have no question in my mind. Dog Bark trusted Jesus. No question in my mind. Now, sometimes people come to me and tell me stories of loved ones and say, what do you think about them? My first question is, I am not their judge. The second answer is, let me tell you about the judge.
Thy wondrous works declare unto thee, unto thee. Declare unto thee.
Dog bark. I knew the man's heart. I knew the man's soul. You can find him talking. Dog bark. I knew the man's heart. I knew the man's soul. You can find him talking. His channel. Where he labels himself a 4-pointer or 5-pointer Arminian, was never there was never a member of Livingstone that was interested. I didn't know he was. Where he labels himself a 4-pointer or 5-pointer Arminian, was never there was never a member of Livingstone that was interested. I didn't know he would stay long enough for that, but I have no question in my mind. Dog bark, trust in Jesus. The judge of heaven and earth. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son. That whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. But what if they don't believe in him specifically? The same. Where he labels himself a 4-pointer or 5. Where he labels himself a 4-pointer or 5-pointer Arminian, there was never a member of Livingstone that was interested. I didn't know he would stay long enough for that, but I have no question in my mind. Dog bark, trust in Jesus. Jesus. No question in my mind. No, sometimes people come to me and tell me stories of loved ones and say, what do you think about that? The question is, why about their judge? The second answer is, let me tell you about the judge. This channel, where he labels himself a 4-pointer or 5-pointer Arminian, there was never a member of Livingstone that was interested. I didn't know he would stay long enough for that, but I have no question in my mind. Dog bark, trust in Jesus. No question in my mind. No, sometimes people come to me and tell me stories of loved ones and say, what do you think about that? The first question is, why about their judge? My second answer is, let this channel, where he labels himself a 4-pointer or 5-pointer sometimes people come to me and tell me stories of loved ones and say, what do you think about them? The first question is, I am not their judge. My second answer is, let me tell you about the judge. The judge of heaven and earth. For God so loved the world, so
Give everything.
where he labels himself a 4-pointer, 5-pointer, Arminian. There was never a member of Living Stone who was interested. I didn't know if he would stay long enough for that, but I have no question in my mind. Dog bark, trusted Jesus. No question in my mind. No, sometimes people come to me and tell me stories of loved ones and say, what do you think about them? The question is, I am not their judge. My second answer is, let me tell you about the judge. The judge of heaven and earth. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? Well, the same God who sent his Son is still the judge, and he will do what's right. And the details of that I cannot say, but we might see other questions about. Because of the character of God. We seem to say the same, we see the same character of God, but we might see other questions about. Yeah, and to his channel, so that if you want to explore it, and he, when I would play his music as branding on live streams, he'd be like, "Yeah." A couple of my favorites, if
All right, time for a potty break. You guys get to listen to this. Tell me if you like it on slow speed. On slow speed. Let me know if you like it on slow speed.
you can find him talking with Pine Creek Doug on his channel, where he labels himself a 4-point or 5-point Arminian. It was never, there was never. Recognize. But pastorally, the main point is God will get it right. So when people come to me, and let's say, like in the case of Dogmark, I knew the man's heart, I knew the man's soul. You can find him talking with Pine Creek Doug on his channel, where he labels himself a 4-point or 5-point Arminian. There was never a member of Living Stones, but was interested. I didn't know if he would stay long enough for that, but I have no question in my mind, Dog Bark, trust in Jesus. No question in my mind. No, sometimes people come to me and tell me stories of loved ones and say, what do you think about them? My first question is, I am not their judge. The second answer is, let me tell you about the judge.
Thy wondrous works declare unto thee clear, unto thee clear, unto thee clear.
the judge, and he will do what's right. And the details of that I cannot say. Where he labels himself a former winner of 5-point Arminian, was never a member of Living Stone, but was interested. I didn't know if he would stay long enough for that, but I have no question in my mind. Dog bark, trust in Jesus. No question in my mind. Sometimes people come to me and tell me stories of loved ones and say, what do you think about them? The first question is, I am not their judge. My second answer is, let me tell you about the judge. The judge of heaven and earth. For God so loved the world so much that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Well, what if they didn't believe in him specifically? The same God who sent his Son is still the judge, and he will do what's right. And the details of that I cannot say, but the confidence I have is in the character of God, which I'm not different from those guys arguing about, arguing that universalism is true because of the character of God. We seem to say the same, we see the same character of God, but we might see other questions about videos of them and just always encouraged Freddie to dance and do more music, and so yeah, his loss is a big loss. And he was very faithful coming to Estuary. He loved coming to Estuary. He loved the different ideas. He loved telling stories. He had good stories. And so it is, I don't know, he had heart trouble years ago, so it might have been a heart attack. I don't know what caused his passing. His health wasn't great, but inside he was very alive. And I have no questions where he is. Yeah, his loss is a big loss. And he was very faithful coming to Estuary. He loved, and so yeah, his loss is a big loss. And he was very faithful coming to Estuary. He loved coming to Estuary. He loved the different ideas. He loved telling stories. He had good stories. And so it is, I don't know, he had heart trouble years ago, so it might have been a heart attack. I don't know what caused his passing. His health wasn't great, but inside he was very alive. And as I told Kimo, I have no questions where he is. He's no longer fettered by his body, but now he can do music better than he ever could in this world. And yeah, so I miss Dog Climb, and I miss him a lot. So I thought I'd make this announcement because I know, people sort of come and go in the corner. People sort of come and go in the Freddie and
church was ever sort of enough. Churches would, Living Stone sort of fit the part of him. He told me when because, you know, when Chemo started playing piano, Chemo was just sort of learning piano, so he'd play with one hand, and Dog Bark said to me, he said, you know, if this was, no church was ever sort of enough. Churches would, Living Stone sort of fit the part of him. He told me when because, you know, when Chemo started playing piano, Chemo was just sort of learning piano, so he'd play with one hand, and Dog Bark said to me, he said, you know, if this church can tolerate a pianist with one hand, they can probably tolerate me. And I thought, yeah, we might be short on money, we might be short on different kinds of talent, we might be short on finesse and facade, but what we are not short on at Living Stones is character, and what we are not short on at Living Stones is you can find your place here too, and that is what he recognized, and he had his place here, and it's too bad because his favorite month of the year was February, because it was in February to do African American spirituals for Black History Month, and he loved last February. He loved it. He says, I wish this was our music all year long at Living Stones. It's like, yeah, Living Stones, we're a pretty eclectic bunch, and so we are very, very much going to miss him. He was a sweet, sweet man, and full of energy and full of life, and I'm glad that he had this year and a half of sort of renewed energy before he passed, so that I could get to know him, and so that I could be his friend, and so that the rest of us, especially the Freddie and Paul show and others at Living Stones, could get to know him. Yeah, so maybe I'll play I'll just add to this a couple of my favorites. If I'll leave a link to the playlist to the Freddie and Paul show too, and to his channel, so that if you want to explore it, you know, when I would play his music as branding on live streams, he'd be like, yeah, play as much as you want. I just want to get it out there. He just wanted to fill the world with music. And he made a joyful noise, as Psalm 100 says. And that's who he was, and that's what he did. That's what he did. And so, yeah, prayers for his family. That's what he did. And so, yeah, prayers as Psalm 100 says. And that's who he was, and that's what he did. That's what he did. And so, yeah, prayers for his family. So we'd play with one hand, and Dog Bark said to me, he said, you know, if this church can tolerate a pianist with one hand, they can probably tolerate me. And I thought, yeah, we might be short on money, we might be short on different kinds of talent, we might be short on finesse and facade, but what we are not short on at Living Stones is character, and what we are not short on at Living Stones is you can find your place here too, and that is what he recognized, and he had his place here, and it's too bad because his favorite month of the year was February, because it was in February to do African American spirituals for Black History Month, and he loved last February. He loved it. He says, I wish this was our music all year long at Living Stones. It's like, yeah, Living Stones, we're a pretty eclectic bunch, and so we are very, very much going to miss him. He was
All right. This one's going to be a long one. This whole thing is going to be it's going to be pretty long. So I'm going to go ahead and bounce it. Get that full stereo vibe, the full stereo vibe. We're going to master it first. But yeah, so it looks like nobody really wanted to come play today, which is totally fine, totally fine. Glad and thankful to just dance up here like a monkey, regardless of interaction, participation. But MVP today is certainly Chad. He sends that guitar part over. It just fits in so nicely. He's got such a good internal rhythm. Doesn't even need a click track. Just beautiful stuff. And the fact that we can collaborate on stuff across. Oh, whoa. What do we have here? We have Michael Sartori. Well, you're supposed to be on stage, but I can't see you yet. There we go. What's up, dude?
I didn't realize you were on. I was just recording an hour-long video for my own channel. So.
Sheesh. Who are you going after this time?
No one. Well, I don't know. Jean-Jacques Rousseau.
Uh-oh. Rousseauians, look out.
I don't think anybody likes him. I think everybody.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody speak positively about him. Actually, I take that back. There is a strain of like here in Asheville when I used to wash windows. Every so often I'd go into somebody's house and it was like they were very transcendentalist, like Henry Thoreau, and so I think there's a strain where you can be just like it probably is affluenza, honestly. I think like to kind of love Rousseau, you kind of have to be rich with not many responsibilities.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I have crazy echo. I don't know why.
Oh, that's my bad.
Oh.
That should be better now.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting. It's just like he grows up in like Calvinist Geneva, and it had changed. It wasn't probably the same, but then it's like he just had this like rebellion against what was going on. When it's like objectively, that was probably that was a better place to live than like the same neighborhood 2,000 years earlier or whatever. Like when it was all barbarians or whatever. But there, he just didn't. And it's funny because like his family, there was like his mom and his dad and his uncles, like all of them had these like illicit affairs, and they just were not. They were just not meant for like the soft constraints of Christian civilization. And now we're all paying for their frustrations about it.
Oh. Yeah, I don't even know what to even like call that. Like there is. Yeah. I don't know. Sorry, you're coming to me at a time when now my brain is completely dead. I've been working on this music the whole time, so I'm not the fastest conversation partner. How's the audio book for your book going for Tents Before Temples?
It's okay. I have a few people that have said like, yes, I want to do some, but I haven't gotten anything from them yet. So I don't want to like, and like at least one person's like said like, okay, I'll do this chapter, and that's like the next chapter. So I just am probably going to just start reading some chapters from the middle. I'm trying to like, I don't know. I kind of hate the whole like, I need this to make at least some small amount of money to like justify the time I spend on it or whatever.
Right.
But I'm thinking because if I can get like to the channel membership level or something, then I can put all those things like behind the little paywall or whatever.
Yeah. We need to get Matt Krotz to give us a like a 3-part or a 4-part video series on crowd selling versus crowdfunding or whatever it was that he was on about on Twitter or X, excuse me, a couple months ago. Maybe it was.
Well, that's why I made a video because I'm like, I just have to make videos like on a regular basis so that my channel will grow. Because I'll have like, I'll do something, I get a little success, and then I don't do anything for 6 weeks, and it doesn't. That's not a time frame that YouTube likes. Doesn't like 6 weeks between videos and
Yeah.
inconsistent length and quality either. So
Yeah. YouTube really doesn't like when my videos suck.
yeah.
So Sunday for you, I guess you're back home from church, right?
Yeah, when my wife took the big kids to a park, and the baby is taking a nap. So
Sunday afternoon nap is probably one of the best things God ever invented.
yep.
In fact, I'm probably going to take one here shortly. But oh, that's what I was going to say. If you have a chapter you'd like me to read, I'd be more than happy to read it. The email is mcmosav@gmail.com.
Yeah, I could send you some. There's a couple chapters on music in there, so maybe
Sure.
if you want to take a stab at that. Or
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I'm not the best reader, but I'm not the worst reader either.
yeah, just not being the worst. That's all. That's all that matters. So
My dad was really good. Maybe, of course I'm probably biased, but like I took it for granted how good of a like public speaker and like public reader my dad was and is growing up. Like
Mm.
He's just good. Like he just does it appropriately every time. It's
yeah,
he reads the sentence and it makes sense, like, and he gets the rhythm of it and the music of it, and he's actually so good at reading out loud that he can change stuff on the fly and not have you notice. So he would do that sometimes when he was reading Chronicles of Narnia, just to make sure we were paying attention. Or he would do it when we would read the Bible every night growing up, and so he would do it sometimes during that. He would just change something to see if we were paying attention. And a lot of times we wouldn't catch it. Also probably due to being sleepy. Grats on the 100+ subs. Oh yeah, that's right. I recently crossed that hundo sub level. So yeah, thank you out there to all my loyal subscribers. If you want to join my Ko-Fi membership, you get a link to all of the MP3s from the streams that I've done so far. So you get all these cool beats, and you can put them on your phone or whatnot. But yeah, I'm also, I guess early on in this year, I'm trying to figure out some nifty goals. It'd be nice to have as many or enough monthly subscriptions to pay for StreamYard. That would be sick. Because if not, I don't know how much longer I can do that. But then it would also be cool to, like you were saying, get the YouTube membership tiers and stuff like that. That's probably worth doing. I mean, I don't really care about making money on it, but I will say that when the money hits the PayPal, my wife gets a little bit less angry about me playing on the internet.
Well, I was just thinking is that it's funny, like women always do these things where they all sign up for different multi-level marketing things, and then they just start all using all the money that they make to buy each other's products, and then it's
Right.
just this self-contained thing, and we're just going to have that with our little creator profiles. But
Yeah,
my
Avon.
wife's calling me, so I got
All right.
I'll just mute.
Yeah, good to see you, Jan God. Good to see you, Graham. Good to see you, Steven Schwartz. Yep, it's the late afternoon. The only other time I've streamed on a late Sunday afternoon, the participation, the people that wanted to come on was actually much greater. I was actually surprised. But it's hard to plan these things. Some days are good for some others are not good for some. But right now we're just waiting for this MP3 to bounce because it's so long. It looks like it's going to be over 10 minutes to hear this dog bark tribute in all its glory. It's over 11 minutes. It might end up being over 15 minutes long. So stick around for that afterwards, I guess. But your chapters on music, what were your kind of main What's your history with music? You know, did you grow up playing music, or what's?
Yeah, yeah. So I grew up um like started playing guitar. Basically, like the thing that was like exciting or whatever is when I started going to this youth group when I was in like high school, and the kids there were all into they were all like into punk and then like hardcore and stuff. And actually, the youth group that I went to, it was like a concert venue, so they had like some decently like large-ish, like Under Oath played there when they were not popular.
Sick.
So basically, I kind of got to be friends with those guys, and like I had like taken guitar lessons before that, but I didn't really like music yet, or know it, or want to play it, so it wasn't exciting.
Yeah.
And then when I got to those guys, I got more serious about it. And so then, yeah, we were always in like bands from like high school onward and stuff, and mostly like hardcore and metal bands. And then, and then like we tried to like make it big as like, I don't know, a regular like rock band. Like we were like, this is our chance. And then our guitarist who's we had built a recording studio in his basement, and that was like our practice space and stuff. And then he was like, I'm quitting and I'm joining this metal band and he wanted to go become a heathen. And then we were like, no. So that was the end of that. And then it was just, many worship teams from then on. So
yeah, hardcore to worship team pipeline is well trodden.
Mm.
You're not the first kind of large giant man with a soft tender voice and a giant beard who's into insanely heavy metal music that I've met.
Yeah, I don't really like it though. It kind of bores me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like boomer music, I'm a musical boomer.
I love
like,
yacht rock. I mean,
yeah,
if
I
that's
do.
boomer
Yeah,
music,
it's gotta have it's gotta have a melody. It's gotta have harmony. I like all that stuff. But because and actually, so this is what I write about in the book. Like I wrote about how like everybody was all in hardcore bands, and then that was like the same time when like Dashboard Confessional came out, and like the emo music, and it was like that was everybody's like guilty pleasure, but they were all like didn't want to admit how much they really liked it because it wasn't cool. So that's what happened.
Did you ever hang out with Jesse Leach?
No.
No, it's too bad. Me either.
Who's that?
He is the vocalist of Killswitch Engage.
Oh no, I mean I saw them a bunch of times. He's the newer one, right? Not the original one.
He is the original one.
Oh, he is the original one.
And then he left, and then they had a different one, and then he came back. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw them like. I know I saw them when the new guy was new, like when it was that big, and I might have seen them before that. I don't know. But that was like the weird thing. It was like the whole time I was in that scene and even like in those bands, I was like, I don't really like this, but these are my friends, so this is what I'll do. But
that's hilarious. I mean, late shows suck, honestly.
Yeah, they do.
It's crazy to me that heavy metal is like best experienced at like 2 a.m. But like, it is true. Exhausting.
I mean, I saw Iron Maiden a couple years ago. That was awesome.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, but
So I have connections with Norma Jean.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of like friends of friends. I worked on staff at the megachurch with a member of the band Showbread. If you remember them, they were
familiar, but
a Tooth and Nail signed band. And then there was a band called Black Tusk, not Christian, just hardcore. They're from Savannah, so like most of them worked at the bar that I worked at. But yeah, I really don't miss hardcore. And it wasn't until Chad showed me Sleep Token that I really listened to anything heavy in like probably 10 years. So that was kind of maybe not 10 years, maybe like 5 years. But yeah, I've enjoyed listening to Sleep Token. I mean, I honestly like, if I'm gonna go heavy, I'd rather it have some like you were saying, like some melody, some harmony. But I just think that Sleep Token can kind of do it all. So they kind of hit that like meta modern
Yeah.
sample thing.
So I talked about in my actually let's see. There's Easter eggs here. So let me see. Do you recognize this logo here?
That's Eddie Van Halen.
No, it's not.
You're
No,
right.
I don't recognize
Okay.
it.
Okay. So that's the there's a band called Further Seems Forever. And they that was the singer from Dashboard Confessional, but it was all a bunch of guys from a hardcore band named called Strong Arm from Florida, and so it was like one of the first like screamo bands, I guess you could say, or whatever. But I mean, that was the band that was like I first heard it and I was like, what is this? Like, because like the guitars and the drums were all like crazy and awesome, but then it had like real regular singing on top, and so that was like the band that I was like, I love this band. But then he had already started like Dashboard Confessional, so he was only on their first album, and then he was gone. And then they had like a different singer for their second album, who was good but totally different. And then they had a different singer for their third album, who was good but totally different. And then he finally came back for their fourth album in like 2011 or something, 2012, and I got to see them live. But that was my my little musical journey of inspiration.
One of my most normie takes has to be that when a band gets a new singer, they're a different band.
Mm-hmm. They are, yeah.
You can replace any of the other musicians and it's still the same band. But if you replace the singer, that's a new band. I'm sorry.
Yep. So that was like, and essentially I was like, well, this is three bands that I like, but I liked the first version the best. So
I don't know. There's a lot to be said. AC/DC pulled it off, and Van Halen pulled it off pretty well.
Yeah, but Van Hagar is a different band.
Well, it's a different band, but
yeah. I mean, no, it's not. It's going to, If everybody in the band is good, it will be a good band. It'll just be a good, different band. So
yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Chad, do you ever, in moments of weakness, yearn to be a part of a band again?
Not at all. I get to scratch that itch right here with you. Like,
Hell
I
yeah,
love
brother.
being able to oh, cool, McMosa is doing something, and then you so like what I'm working on, what the hell is going on, bro? Whatever you're working on, I could just click, go back 20 seconds or a minute or 3 minutes and find a clean runway to try to just play to. And then I just go on my phone. I put the earbud in from the computer, and then I play it on the computer, but record it with my phone. So I'm using your live stream as the click track.
I see. That's very clever.
And then I just send you the track that I record, and you could do whatever you want with it. So it's kind of fun, I really enjoyed recording music. I did also enjoy performing music, but I don't really what I find is what I really enjoy is the creative the creative bursts of energy that come from spontaneity and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I liked, I think the thing I liked the best was like writing songs with other people, because I could write like something, but then it's just like, I don't know if this is good, I don't know if this is crap or whatever. And then, but if I could share it with somebody else, then they have their ideas. Or I really liked when somebody else had ideas and they would be like, oh, I could play this and that would go with that. Like, that was the fun. So yeah, definitely the creative process of it was.
Yeah. I have a few friends who
Well, most of my friends who make music, I enjoy making music with them. It's kind of like a little bit of a cheat code in terms of just spending quality time together. At this point in our lives, some of those guys I don't necessarily enjoy hanging out with for, a few days in a row. But almost all of them I would still love making music with. But I also there is a thing of like a lot of my friends who make music, their favorite thing is playing live music. They really love being like out there and at the bars, and maybe they're just alcoholics, honestly, now that I'm thinking about it. But but they just love, and I think it's partly like getting the attention too, and like being on stage and being the cool guy in the room. Like I think it's probably all of it.
Yeah,
I do like that. I mean,
yeah.
the
I
most
like a lot of that kind of stuff, the different kinds of accolades that come along with, like you said, the attention and the lifestyle and all that kind of stuff. But like, I think you get enough of a little bit of all of that in kind of just the right amount of doses, playing on the interweb like we do, where
Yep.
I don't, and there's not enough of it to take very seriously, which is very good and healthy. It's kind of like, just remember, bitch, you're just a little bitch. Have
Yeah.
fun, and so yeah, I like the fact that like you get to put something, whatever it is you're working on. This is how I always worked best, anyways. When I was doing writing with another band, was somebody would come with some riff or something, and I would just I would hear, like, usually on the first time hearing it, I could hear something else that I can play to it, and like immediately. And then those are always like the best takes or ideas are like the immediate impulsive take that takes place. And so it's really cool when I see that you're on, I'm like, I can hear what you're doing there. I'm like, oh, cool. Yeah, something like this. And so everything that comes, the guitar riffs that I send you, they all happen in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing too. I'm a big fan of first idea, best idea.
Mhm.
But when I did more kind of like quote unquote producing for like a wider variety of artists, it was interesting just like your personalities just shine through in kind of every arena, I guess. Because there would be some people who like they didn't care about like getting a full performance or something like that. They were very happy to just like first idea, and if there was some sloppiness, they were fine with me fixing it. Or even like there's some people who they want to have the idea, but they don't really care if they like play it or whatever.
Right.
But then there's some people who's like, no, I need to play this guitar line and I need to do it for the whole song, and I need to do it in one take with no mistakes. And like that's the only way I'm gonna
tone.
yeah. And but that's for me, that was always kind of the fun of it, because especially earlier on, I was much more comfortable kind of helping other people make their music than making my own. But then as I guess I just made my own music on my own time. But then I like working with my friends, that's where I got, I think, more experience with just like letting other people create how they create and trying to bounce off of them. But I will say that it can be difficult. Like if there's somebody who works really fast with somebody who works really slow, usually both of them are going to be unhappy by the end of the session, like the songwriting session. And that's just always kind of impressed me. Not impressed me, but it's always stuck out to me, the idea that like just personalities and getting along with each other is always like, and you can see that in great bands too. Like it's not necessarily that they have to get along, but there has to be some sort of ability for them to work together. Like I think of oh shoot, is it Creedence Clearwater? No, CCR. Yeah, that's what is that who I'm thinking of?
Yes.
No, I'm thinking of Fleetwood Mac.
But both are really good examples.
Right, yeah. Which I don't know their histories that well, but enough to like give an oral history here. But I just remember both of those bands kind of having turmoil and egos. I mean, it's the same story with like the Beatles too, right?
All the great bands.
Yeah, but that stuff's just so fascinating, and I've seen enough times too where it's like incredibly talented people that their egos are just too big and too fragile to work with other people, and it's always kind of like a real sad moment when I realize that.
I wonder if there's something about like how because like the era of like bands is almost over in a lot of ways, and now you just have like individual drive artists or people that they'll just do the whole thing themselves or whatever. I wonder if it was just a matter of the fact that like you needed to have like enough other creative people to like break free of, I don't know, circumstance, like so that was like the vehicle for that through which it happened for a long time. But that so many of the great bands, it was always that thing of like everybody was really creative, but then that leads to like chaos later on or whatever, because everybody wanted to be in charge in some way. Like you don't just organically have the like one musical talent who happens to be friends with a bunch of people that are just great like accompanists.
Well, well, I think so there are groups of writers out there who are acting as like these teams of writers who are helping all these other so-called solo artists do what they do. And so there's always like groups of people out there that can really do this stuff. But then you do have, I think technology has afforded the ability to have like, I don't know, like a solo artist being the brains behind something, but that's always been there. I mean, Prince was like that. Like Jan God's mentioning David Gilmour's and Roger Waters. In a lot of ways, those two guys, they were both solo artists as well as players in Pink Floyd. But I think their best work was in Pink Floyd, as like this tension between them helped to create some of the best music ever made.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I say. Like, I think because definitely it was like back in the day, you needed to find real people, and so then like maybe you would find the other like super creative people.
What you'd really want to find, I think, the most valuable and underplayed or underrated player in all of the record game is the producer, because the producer does such a masterful job of being able to get Roger Waters and David Gilmour to work together. Like in the same way that McMosa was talking about, working on a project, you got one guy who works really fast. He's a great player. He works fast. He can get it down. Then you got the other artistic type who's like, I want to make sure that it's all really perfect, and I don't start working until 6 p.m. And like a good producer, I think, can weave between those two, and they're kind of the mediator is very important.
Yep. And it's well, there's two things that I want to put on the table, see what you guys think. One is to bounce off of what Chad said. It reminded me of that conversation between Rick Beato and Rick Rubin. And I was just like so disappointed in the way the conversation went, because it basically just became two old Gen X dudes basically just like talking shop, like, but not in the good way, just like telling old war stories basically. But the thing is like Rick Rubin oftentimes treats the whole thing about production as like a magic, or like that there's like this it's like a zen, you have to, it's like a meditation or something, and it's for
All
Rick Rubin.
vibes.
Yeah, it's like all vibes, and it has so much to do with taste, which is the other thing that I wanted to bring up. Like, what is taste? And I've thought about this a lot with making music, but also like listening to music and any art form basically. There's this question of taste, and I'm not sure, like, because there's usually a lot of people who are like, maybe it's like a trifecta. There's like excellence in performance. So like there's musicians who are just really, really good on the guitar, say, but they're
Yeah.
never going to be able to come up with something new. And
or
they don't
write,
have
or even write good songs.
right. And so they don't have taste. So, but then you have some people who are like, they can play anything under the sun. They're continually coming out with creative, different new ideas, but they also don't have good taste. And then you can have somebody who's got great taste and very creative, but he's or she is not talented enough to actually play the things that they're coming up with. Now, I think the computer is the computer is making that third option like a thing, you know. But I wonder if it's always been kind of like for most people, you can pick one or two that you're going to excel at, and the third one you'd kind of need people to help you out. But then every so often, you know, there are these people who are just like the Michael Jordans of this type of thing, and they're just good at all three.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But like Michael Jordan's would suck without the Bulls,
Right.
right? Like that was one of the big problems. Is like he had an attitude that he in the early days, like he, from my understanding, because I watched the 30 and 30, so I'm an expert on Michael Jordan now. But he ended up like not being a great teammate in the beginning until he learned how to be a teammate, right? So like this is what I love about like you have Simon and Garfunkel. You had guys who knew their limitations, and you know, like part of the sacrifice of connecting with another player who has what you don't have is that they have what you don't have. And so it can really help you to tap into like some really, really lush creative spaces and spots.
Well, and there's a natural rhythm too. Like, and I'm not talking just obviously that's a pun on the music itself, but like I think when it works really, really well, like for instance in the Beatles documentary, you can see there's two things that happen. One is the creativity in the presence of the others. So there's a way in which they're looking at the people who are basically like in the room with them, and they're responding in subtle ways and reading off of that energy. But then there's also just the straight up like trade-offs that can happen where it's like, all right, my good idea is for a verse, and then you have this good idea for a chorus, and so then we can kind of, and then maybe we work together. Like, so those like dynamics, I think, have always been at play, but there still seems to be, like you said, there's a need for teamwork, right? Like, and the music industry in general does not necessarily reward good teamwork. You know, that's why you can have like prima donnas and the like. But like, yeah, there is. I've always thought of like the duos as like very, very interesting because it is like Hall and Oates. You said Simon and Garfunkel. Really, the Beatles. You know, you could say that it was Lennon and McCartney, even though the ghost of George Harrison will haunt you.
Yeah, like just like Cliff Burton will haunt, you know.
Right. Hey, Mark
yeah.
S., can I get your camera on real quick just so I can see that you're not going to do anything crazy? All right, sick. As soon-
I hey there. Hey. So
Yeah.
I like okay, so like what's interesting, let's just use what you and I have been or what you have done, McMosive, where you encourage people to be creative with you however they can. And you had some people who will contribute, whether it's you know video images or maybe it's links to sections of talks that you can clip out, or they'll actually send you like instrumental pieces. And what I like about this is like I already know walking into it, you're the producer. So the hierarchy is already set. Like I know that that you're the boss on this project. All I'm doing is going to do my best to kind of deliver you some sort of hopefully interesting sounding clips that you could use to your advantage. Will they be used? I don't know. If they do, great. If they don't, great. Whatever. But it's like it's really cool. So like I part of this is trust, right? Like I trust your production skills because you obviously you're a wizard with the software, and you have a great ear for what sounds interesting and good, and you do it in a very timely fashion. Plus, I really like the attitude at which you approach the project as a whole, which is a playful manner. So, like I enjoy being a creative partner of sorts with you on these projects. Now, if we had to be in a band together, I don't know. Like, I might be a disaster in a band with you.
We
You
would
know what I
have
mean?
I think we'd have a harder time with like the conversations afterwards and making sure we don't hurt each other's feelings. But
Right.
honestly, that's true of every band or music group I've been a part of. Like the music stuff is always difficult, but it's the interpersonal stuff that seems somehow insurmountable often. But yeah, I mean, I wonder what you were saying there made me realize I don't know if I've ever I'm not usually good at kind of stating exactly what I'm doing. And I think part of that is because I don't like, um, well, I like having a secret, right? I'd rather have people just figure it out. Um, hey, Neil's here. Neil, hop on if you want. But yeah, there is that hierarchy thing is helpful. But then, yeah, like you said, what excites me is the hive mind brain, like I hope maybe I could figure out ways of encouraging more participation. But I think every time someone sees you sending me something and it's in the song within 20 minutes, I think that that's a pretty good, please play along with me. It really is not that, if I just wanted to sit down and make a beat, I could have done that off of YouTube. Right. So it's kind of, and I'm not really trying to show off either. I'm more so trying to play around with people, and I'd much rather people hop on and have a conversation like this than me just play around in my software for 2 hours.
You could just start you start the flint and you get that fire going, and then we'll just come with kindling and you start building the fire, which is cool.
And then maybe eventually, oh, go ahead, Mark.
So you just want people to send you sounds while you're making a beat? You want people to do it like in the moment while you're.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean that would be the best. It can be music like Chad. It can be video clips that it could also just be weird sounds that you've recorded on your phone or something. That's fine too. But yeah, that participation is what I'm looking for. Scott, what say you, sir?
Y'all just caught me after waking up from my Sunday nap.
Praise
I'm
God.
still in a funk, so to speak. It's rare that I nap. It's a very rare occasion. But my wife forced me to go do it today. Nodded off during church a little bit, which is dangerous to do when you stand. But I won't be here very long because I'm also in charge of the kids. They should be waking up in about maybe 35 minutes. But this is me after a nap. Proceed.
Thanks for joining us, being virtually not alone.
Yeah. So that's how I've done it, Mark, is I don't even think most of it, I never even discussed this. It was just like I'm making stuff, and then this is like how all this stuff works, how I found it's like somebody will do something, and if you have the eyes to see and you can read between the lines, you're like, oh, I wonder if I do this and I send him this, if he'll use it. And then bang, there he does. He uses it. And then I just kind of get refined how I do that I hope I never overthink it. Like, I hope I never set up like an electric guitar with a nice setup and then like give him a real good DI track and all that bullshit. I just want to do let's do fun. We're playing in the sandbox, So that's how
I don't know. Sounds like a pretty good excuse to buy a brand new guitar.
Convince my wife.
Yeah, I'm just holding out till we get those little baby coos and ahs, That's what we're really going to be. We need to get the Chad's little girl on the ones and twos. Matt C, welcome. If you've got nothing immediately to add, which feel free to if you do, but I did want to pick your brain, see if you couldn't be my A&R guy. Help me conceive of a crowd, is it funded or sold project for 2025? Micmosav crowd funded. What does that look like? Enlighten us.
Yeah. I mean, it's right up this quarter's alley. Crowdfunding, the great thing about crowdfunding is it's not about doing things that can scale. It's about doing things that have a hand touch that actually reach out and connect to a very limited number of people, So it's not about a product, you know. It's not about putting together something and that simulates a sale, you know. It's about putting together a present, you know, or like a Christmas package and getting that to someone as thanks for them, you know. There's a reason they call it backing. There's a legal reason because they don't want to get caught thinking, you know, legally they don't want to deal with the tax implications of being a sales platform like eBay or something, because half the time people don't fulfill. But like there's a philosophical reason that they came up with the term backing, and I think it's really cool. You know, it's not an investor. But it's not a sales thing too. It's a support. I don't know. It's something else. It's backing. You know, it's something loose. It doesn't have defined borders very well, which is another thing that TLC is very good at handling.
So it sounds like if you want to back me into a corner, follow the link in the description. Actually, this episode doesn't have the link, but you can find it somewhere else. But yeah, if you want to back me into a corner, force me to make something, you know, maybe I just put like a ultra patron tier on my Ko-Fi link, and it's like $2,000, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll take a month off of work and just make whatever you want me to make you.
I got an idea for you, quick before I roll.
Shoot.
So, if we want McMosive to produce all of the music that will go along with the branding at the Midwestuary Conference, we should reach a goal of $5,000 so we could put him to work, and then he will be the sole proprietor of all of the music that goes into the production of the Midwestuary Conference, in which he will just give to us when he's done making it.
That's cool. Yeah.
I'm looking for the branding. Hold on. Did I not upload it?
Or he can just do it for free. But no.
Oh man, yeah, I would. Well, I'm probably going to end up doing it for free, regardless.
Or I'll just
but it's a good goal
from him.
Yeah.
Well, that being said, I should go be a husband. It's a good thing, and maybe even take a nap, because I like those.
Naps are good.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming and playing, Chad.
Yeah. Hey, Matt, how weird would it be if I were to be like, you know, hook me up with your boy Peugeot so I can talk with him? Would that be a weird thing to do?
I mean, he's coming to your conference.
I know. I should, but I want to talk to him.
It's not very weird at all.
I want to talk to him about love and service and naming.
I'll see him
That's cool.
I'll see him in January this month, pretty soon. I can put in the word.
Tell him I say hello, and I'd like to share with him on the channel if he would. It's a nobody channel and always will be, and that's a good thing. He can come the nobodies.
I love that my stream is becoming the smoke-filled room where all of the biggest and brightest of TLC, you know, make handshake deals, trying to get the big names, you know, moving and shaking, loitering and connoitering.
Oh, this is the green room of the TLC. Of course that would happen here.
Dig that.
All right, guys.
Maybe I'll trade my
I'll trade my
Peugeot contacts into some sort of Friday Nameless deal.
Oh yeah, you can host it. That'd be cool. Much love. Bye, everybody.
Peace.
Bye, Chad.
Bye.
Yeah, I originally jumped on because you guys were like in the middle of talking about music producing and stuff like that, which is always fun, just always interesting to me. So,
is that right up your alley, Mark? I didn't know that. Are you musical?
Yeah, I'm musical. I'm like a proficient amateur musician, and I'm a music nerd. But you know, I like you know, certain pockets of music history, you know, because it's so vast that you can't like be an expert in everything. So I have like my little areas of obsession, you know. Basically like 60s country, Well, lots of '60s music, really. Folk, uh, punk, and then whatever, you know. But what you guys were talking about, like collaboration and stuff, and that's always an interesting thing to me because there's been so many times where I've like written parts of a song and I just want somebody else to finish it, you know. And
Yeah.
I think that's why Lennon and McCartney like worked so well together because they would like write half a song and another person could just finish it for them. But but one thing about I don't know I don't want to hijack this if you're going somewhere else.
No, no, it's open ended here, brother.
Like one thing that's fascinating about like the '60s really, and it even lasts till today. But like if you listen to country music from like the whole decade of the '60s, even before that, but it seems like the '60s, all genres from rock to more like jazz to R&B, country, and everything was like getting much tighter. The sounds and the technology was getting better. And for every genre of music, you would have like one or two main studios that had their players. And so if you're like listening to country radio in the '60s, it's going to be like 80% of the songs are going to have the same guitarist, you know, and it's going to be like Grady Martin, like in the earlier '60s. And these guys, they just would sit in the studio 12 hours a day, and artists would just come in and they would just go through a song one time, and they'd have to figure out their own fills and their own solos, and then they would just play it through a second time and just nail it, and that would be the recording, you know. And I don't know, that's just fascinating to me, like the thought that the background musicians were actually the really creative ones. You know, they could just bring George Jones in drunk and just have him sing a song, you know, but the background musicians are like doing all the work, you know. So like
Um,
those guys are more fascinating to me, like the background musicians, you know.
yeah,
Like
absolutely.
they're the real artists in my opinion because they just
And
had to be
then
creative all the time.
and then back in the day, they had like a whole infrastructure too, so it was kind
Right.
of like plug and play. But we've had two new guests, Grim and Neil. Grim, you first. Welcome, Neil. You have an echo, so I muted you. But Grim, what say you, sir? Maybe he left. Maybe he's not by the computer.
Grim, we need you.
Save the stream.
I'm looking for a lighter.
Aha! You got to keep that thing on you, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna go because children are crying, so I feel like they should do that.
Thanks for hanging out, Michael. You're always welcome. All right, Neil, what say you, sir? If not Neil, then
Mark F.
I guess we'll respond to Mark S's. Yeah, like I wonder if there was a because I've thought about this. It seems like in a lot of ways there used to be much more collaboration and there was a lot of like drama and stuff that would happen behind the scenes. But I think that it was still so close to like World War II or something that there was still this sense that like people who were above you for a reason and that like hierarchies were intrinsically obviously not perfect, but usually like justified in some way. And then like with the internet, I think it just becomes like anyone's ball game kind of a thing, and there are just so many more ways to um, get very similar results. But we don't have that teamwork anymore. We don't have that cohesion, and we don't have the kind of like shared attention and shared kind of like energy and motivation. And so I think that all of that stuff is kind of part and parcel to the stuff that kind of creates the quote unquote magic, right? So they're like, if you're not collaborating and you're just off in your own, you have to be a very powerful wizard to create like that. But I see Neil's back, so please say something, Neil. Save me from myself.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I've seen the separation of competence from masculine competence from masculine virtue since World War II. I mean, that's what really the decline of religion is, because, you know, you used to, in general, like take your typical big corporation. I think at the elite levels of a big corporation, like at the executive level, they probably have a really good sense of like what their family life is, like what they care about. But that's only something at the very elite levels of a corporation. Like you have to have, to reach the very elite levels, you have to you at least have to promote the illusion that your shit is put together, let's say, in your personal life. But even at the middle management levels of most corporations, I don't think that's true.
Yeah, well, when you take it into the realm of business, there's an added layer of like decorum, you know, that is afoot. But then there is also like, you know, I don't want to speak for every company, but I've been a part of a few different companies. And sometimes those inner circles are far more turbulent than you would guess.
Oh yeah,
and that,
of course.
but that there's this weird sense in which they all kind of have buy-in to the egregore, which is the company, you know, like the capital TC company. Or sometimes they'll call it the business. That like, there's a weird, like, I don't see that in art anymore. You know, there isn't that type of loyalty or, is it a type of pride in one's work, or a type of buy-in to the project? I don't know. I guess I'm trying to put my finger on something that I can't quite manage, but it's almost like I might just be a boomer kind of wagging my finger saying like, kids these days don't work great together or something.
Well, they
No, I
don't.
think that's right.
You know,
I think there's a subordination of whatever. I mean, there's subordination of the relational to the transactional. That's the simplest way to describe it, I think. So in the making of art, you know, a particular team member, you might say, is not cutting their weight. It's like, sorry, friend, you're not serving the art as highly as the rest of us. You got to go. You know, and that's kind of the opposite of a church, to be honest. Is a church, it's like, so I have this, you know, the more paid positions you have in the church, the more it's a problem, because then it's like, okay, is the quality of the paid position, because when you're paying, then it's like, okay, then the quality of whatever the person's producing is what's most important, rather than them as a member of the family or the body. So and you know, you're never going to have a corporation that scales beyond the relational. You're never going to have a corporation that scales beyond the Dunbar number, where they put the relational above the transactional or the mammonistic, you know. So I think you could do it up to about the Dunbar number. And then when you go beyond that, that's the mega church problem.
Is McMo longing for the days when our drug addicts and drunks were more productive?
Yeah. No, I don't think that drug addicts and drunks were ever very productive. I think that there's been a small elite few who, instead of throwing their life away, the brain chemistry, the slot machine brain chemistry works out perfectly once in a million. But those are the same folks that often burn out, you know, and either end their lives or have their lives ended.
Well, I think you were getting to is that they used to have a support structure that kept the ball rolling, and now our drug addicts and drunks don't have that anymore. I was just thinking of like John F. Kennedy, who was strung out on painkillers.
But
Bye, Neil.
Bye-bye.
But like a John F. Kennedy, I mean, technically couldn't exist then. But you know what I'm getting. You know what I'm getting at. Like we were much more forgiving about that stuff. We just kept the ball rolling. We were a lot more merciful.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was. I'm not sure if it was mercy in that sense, or if it was just kind of like decorum. That it was like a vestige
Yeah,
of
yeah,
honor
yeah.
culture where you just don't talk about that sort of thing.
Well, back in the '60s, everybody was on speed. Everybody, and it doesn't really get talked about that much. But like anybody who could benefit from it was on it. Politicians, artists, military, everybody. I think that's one of the reasons things like accelerated during that time too. And it wasn't exactly like crystal meth that's on the streets. It was like high quality benzodrine or something. So
Yeah, it makes you wonder too if maybe lead in the paint was like a good thing.
How about social media as the new drug? Are people more creative
Oh
with
yeah, no, that
that?
is, yeah, that well played. I think that is exactly. Well, and what's crazy is that like the cultural, different cultures prefer different drugs, and obviously um, they like, eschew certain drugs as well. But if you just look in like the past 100 years, yeah, you've got like speed, you've got opium, there's actual Coca-Cola, we're giving the kids Ritalin, now it's Adderall, now Ozempic.
Xanax,
It is kind of
DMT.
interesting how we're more we're more puritanical in people's private lives and like uh, tearing people down over it than we were back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Like, how long would have Elvis lasted on social media in modern days? I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
I've often wondered if there is like a level of exposure that like if you think about the most famous people in the world, like maybe like the British royalty or something like that, um, it seems like you basically have to live your life in almost seclusion. Oh, my wife just got back from work. Um, you have to live in almost seclusion in order to like withstand that much attention. And so it's almost like we're getting a lifetime's worth of attention. Like almost everyone is getting a lifetime's worth of attention in a few months or a year on social media. Um, and that kind of like that feeling of being famous is what's corrosive. I feel like it like if you were famous and you didn't know it, it probably wouldn't even be that bad.
Mm, that's huge.
One of my buddies, his idea, if he was ever to be famous, it would be like an old, like, I can't remember the name now, but like, there was a guy that wrote like tons of and made millions of dollars as like a thriller writer. And so like everybody knows the guy's name, but nobody actually knows what he looks like. And he could just go to Walmart or go to the store and nobody would know who he existed, but he's like the most famous author in the world.
Thomas Pynchon.
Or like a Patterson. Is that a popular like thriller writer? I can't remember now. But that'd be the best kind of fame where nobody actually knows what your face looks like.
Hey, that's why I'm anonymous on here. 'Cause I'm famous. Nobody knows what I look like.
There's a theory that Daft Punk had a side project called Justice. You heard of this? Where they could have this kind of rock glam band where they could have all their networks and infrastructure figured out to be a top chart producing band that could be here for a couple years and then disappear, and they wouldn't have to wear. They can actually have the masks of taking their helmets off, so you knew what they looked like, but the game was always that they were Daft Punk the whole time. It's kind of interesting.
So,
Like they
so
couldn't resist.
what they really looked like is not who they really were. They
Yeah, isn't that
actually
funny?
were the people in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the first bands like that caught my attention, and I realized the genius of it was Gorillaz. It was like completely animated band, and I think it was like one or two dudes, maybe just one, but yeah, I think it was an artist and an illustrator, or animator, and that was just instantly fascinating to me because as somebody with burgeoning narcissism and full of shame as a teenager, I was like, wait, I can have my cake and eat it too. Because I'm sure like that's what I was thinking with the whole like if you could be famous but not famous thing, like if your work could be famous, that's still probably a type of battle, right? That's still a type of um, gauntlet. And then the other thing that makes me think of, which I'm not sure exactly how it's connected, but Norm Macdonald, his kind of secret fight with cancer the whole time, like, and Sherry in the comments, like there is something so interesting about a secret, right? And like keeping a secret. And yeah, I think that's as far as my thoughts are going right now.
I was going to bring up Keanu Reeves. He's the craziest amount of rich and famous I can imagine, and yet he can just ride on the subway like a normal person. I don't know how he navigated that. How can that dude be so normal?
Yeah, people
And
say
people,
him losing his wife and daughter, but we know there's plenty of examples of people losing their wife and daughter and not holding it together, of course. But you think that'd make it even more of a risk for losing your mind, you know?
but how do we all collectively as a society just decided that if we see Keanu Reeves, we just let him be? But
Yeah.
But NSYNC comes in. Sorry to date me. Or the Backstreet Boys walk in, and it's a crowd.
Well, one of the most fascinating series of podcasts for me was like about there's this guy Alexander Waugh who just died, and he had this whole big constructed theory that Shakespeare was actually this guy Edward de Vere who was like a duke from that time, and he had all these reasons why this guy was writing under the pen name Shakespeare. And I don't really completely believe it, but it just seems pretty compelling, that this Duke was actually doing all these subversive writings under the pen name of some like unknown stage manager or something. Who knows? But it could have been. It's like when I hear something that I haven't studied too much of myself and somebody sounds like they're an expert, I have no idea. But
Nick Mo, I think we just discovered your goal for 2025. You
Do
should
tell.
you should devise a scheme in which you have like a 250,000 following YouTube channel or some best-selling something or other, and nobody knows it's you. Like we all will give you the knowing nod, but we'll keep your secret safe.
Oh man, my internet cut out between 250 followers and keep your secret safe.
No. I'll say it again. We need to devise a scheme where you own a channel that has 250,000 followers or more, maybe millions, or you come out with a best-selling product of some sort, but your identity will be hidden, and it's only us that will give you the knowing nod that we know it's you.
Okay, I'm
So you'll
game.
actually be the most famous person that we know, but nobody else will know it.
Yeah. I would be okay with that. If you guys were my like Justice League, and I only gave my secret identity to you guys. Yeah, very dead mouse, very sleep token. See, I need a comfortable and cool mask. One thing I've learned from Chad is that the mask can be quite cumbersome, but at the same time, we have to remember Bane. It's like nobody cared who I was until I wore the mask. Yeah, maybe I'm Buckethead. No, I'm too chunky to be Buckethead. You'd be able to tell. I mean, finding a good mask, a memorable headpiece, is like half the battle, if not like, it's probably like the Pareto principle, right? Like the mask is like 20% of the decision making, but it's responsible for 80% of the results.
How about MF Doom? You know, that's
Yeah,
pretty
exactly.
epic helmet.
Yeah, could go the superhero route.
Mhm.
Make a Doom salve. It has a nice ring to it.
That is the funny thing about Twitter, how you're on Twitter long enough and you realize you have relationships with like, or you have interactions with purely anonymous accounts that are like really popular, like millions of followers, and yet nobody actually really knows who they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's certainly a mask. Your handle.
Well, I've been anonymous for a while for my most recent social media careers, and I tell you, it's the way to go. You know, I don't I don't really ever want to dox myself. I mean, if anybody from the TLC wanted to know who I really am, I wouldn't mind telling them individually at all. But as far as like having an internet presence with my face, I'm going to go without it. First of all, I'm not that good looking. But second of all, it's just like, I don't know. It's just kind of it's pretty freeing. But I kind of told myself like I'm not going to be a troll. I'm not going to use it as a reason to be an asshole. If I'm going to be anonymous, I can't do that because it's like a temptation. Like nobody knows who I am. I could just say anything. But so I told myself I wouldn't do that. But I don't know. It's pretty nice to just be an anon. You know, like don't have to worry about my mom getting offended by anything I say. She doesn't
Yeah,
know it's
that's
me.
actually something I'm terrified of. I really hope my parents don't ever find this because I don't want them to see their little boy talking about Calvinism and universalism.
Seriously. And I don't want my dad coming on to share his religious opinions on on something I'm on. Like
The worst part of it,
if he came
my
onto the stream right now, I would kill myself.
my dad would love TLC, and everybody in TLC would love my dad. I already know it. They would. He's like, yeah, he's like the Southern Baptist mix between T. Grog and Mark Parker, basically. Um, he's about that age too. He's got some Vanderclay in him as well, I would say. But um, yeah, everybody who knows my dad loves my dad. I guess my mom too, but my mom is one of those people. She's so incredibly smart, but she couldn't care less about all of this like quote unquote deep stuff. She'd much rather use her brain on clever put downs for people who are Clemson fans or something. She went to University of Georgia, so she's a big dog lady.
Oh,
I remember the first time my wife caught me doing a live stream. I think she had woken up at like 5:30 in the morning, opened the back patio door, and heard me talking to people, which she's never really seen before. And because that's not my personality in real life. So she was I think I could see in her, she was a very, very confused person when that happened. Because she's not used to me talking to people. It kind of crashed her world. She didn't know who I was anymore. And even still, she knows I'd talked to some people online. I would never even bother to try to even explain it to her, so I don't. But on occasion, she'll still catch me on a live stream, and she doesn't know who I am.
Yeah, the profilicity. Luckily, I'm like pretty much so extroverted and so profilicity addicted anyway that my wife has seen me in much cringier places than TLC, kind of doing the McMo show. So she's great, but it is funny. Like I think for one, my wife is just very happy for me to have an outlet to like talk about all this stuff. She still has to put up with the thing that she gets that TLC doesn't get as much of is the oh shoot, what are they called? Intrusive thoughts. So, sometimes my head is just it's really just joke after joke after joke, and I can't really get in a serious mood. Um, or if I am in a serious mood, that doesn't stop the jokes. And sometimes the jokes can be pretty horrid and evil. So my wife gets a lot more of those than the TLC does. And she also gets, me after I'm done talking and performing for hours, where I'm just kind of like, I can't, I can't decide on dinner. Okay, we're gonna have to just eat pizza and live with it. So yeah, it is. I'm sure it would be. I mean, you guys would all love my wife too. She's awesome, but she mostly likes talking about fashion and romance novels. So. Oh, I was gonna say though that like Discord me is probably closer to real me than um, stream me, but
Well, you'd imagine, right? Yeah. I
right.
mean, there's no clout to be had in Discord.
Big Mo, I think you should write a romance novel for your wife.
I've actually had that thought, and I did try at one point, but it's just kind of weird, right? Like it's just kind of gay and weird. Uh, but uh, but no, I think I still am going to do that one day. But it's going to be such a killer gift, and my wife's love languages is gifts. So I kind of need to keep that one in my pocket for when I really need it. To answer
But do
Cassandra's
you
question, I have no clue. What she's reading right now has to do with like vampires. So I kind of
have you ever read one?
hell no.
I know because they obviously all have an arc. There's something about them because like I was in another town recently, and I like to look at used bookstores, and I went to this one, and I realized, and there were just all these ladies in there, and I was like, what? And then it was all just romance novels, like the whole thing. And there's got to be something about them that has a hook or something,
Well,
because it seems like they,
half of them are just like porn, basically. Like it's
right, right.
so there's certainly like the element of the erotic in them that I think. But even if it's not like that graphic, it's still that pattern of build up the tension, build up the tension, build up the tension, release, build up the tension, build up the tension, build up the tension, release.
I mean,
Um,
really, you can just look at the cover and basically know what's in them. You see the
right.
whole story right there.
But it's
Uh,
also the there's like it's like the social dynamics. Like I notice what she wants to talk about when she wants to talk about them, and it's almost always the so and so getting along with so and so, the will they, won't they, the friends to lovers, enemies to lovers. There's all these tropes, right? And all the ladies they know these tropes, and so it's kind of like it's almost like jazz standards or like hymns or something. And so it's not a question of like what's going to happen in the end. Oftentimes they know exactly what happens in the end, but it's more of like what are the variations going to be, and
sure.
what are the spices going to be in this one,
It's like a motif that you could just riff on.
Yep.
And I my cousin, his wife, she's like a book editor on Amazon, and she gets these gigs where she will do ghostwriting for writers. And so she was going through this phase where she was writing Pentecostal romance novels for people.
Oh wow.
And it was like, yeah, it was like and it was like very fundamentalist where like the women didn't cut their hair and they wore skirts. And so she had to like figure out this whole genre. And
The
yeah,
Christian romance novel is hilarious. Like that's so funny to me.
I'll see you later, cats. My kids are up.
All right, bye Scott. Thanks for
later.
joining.
See you, Scott.
Yeah.
And then there were three.
You
Matt, see
know,
what's your wife into? You're married, right?
yeah, oh yeah.
She into comics?
No, you imagine? Find me a woman who's into comics, and I'll find you someone who should never be married. Oh, I mean, she's into what you guys are. Well, I don't know about editing romance novels. I mean, she's the real artist. I guess we'd all say that, right? We're always just straining and struggling, like on our little like weird midnight obsessive special interest projects, trying to encapsulate something that our spouses are usually able to tap into very naturally, and essentially. I think that's who my wife is. It sounds like that's who a lot of people, creative guys would probably say that's who their wife is. They don't have to perform to connect with that energy, I think, typically.
Yeah. As you're saying that, I'm relating to it. I think there's also a thing with my wife where it was like, she's able to love the real me, but also the performative me. Or at least was not like, because I had a few girlfriends who like, they liked me, either they liked party McMo or they liked solo McMo, but kind of never the twain shall meet. And especially when I was younger, the difference between those two McMos could be quite startling to folks. Because there's a famous Kierkegaard line that I immediately related to more than anything I had ever related to in my whole life, which was, I just got back from a party and I was basically the belle of the ball. Everybody was hanging on my every word, laughing at my every joke. And I went home, and the dash should be as long as the circumference of the earth. And then in his diary, he like draws out this like long, long, long dash. And then the dash ends and he says, and I wanted to shoot myself. And so like that was absolutely a early McMo. Now it's much more regulated and a little bit more balanced, but I'm very lucky, very blessed on the wife front. She's introverted, but she's very good socially and she's very smart. And up until long COVID, she was really good at winning arguments. So it was fun to joust. But then long COVID made her not as good at arguments. So I won a couple arguments here and there. But she's been doing better now. So I've been losing arguments again. But, such is life.
Oh, that sucks, man. I'm rooting for you.
Just had a minor heart attack. I thought I might have left my dog outside and I didn't see him in the backyard. So I was starting to freak out, but he's in the bed. He's in the bedroom. It's on the bed. We're good. Meanwhile, the shadow matriarchy is creating a book club in the chat.
Oh, nice.
And Jan God says, how are you not an atheist? There is just no way. Why do you say that, Jan? Because I'm cool? Because I have an appreciation for irony? Because I'm an edgelord? No, dude, I love the Lord.
Jan God, come on.
Jan
come up
Dong.
and hang out with us.
Yeah, come on, Jan Dong. Come hang out with us. Yeah, it probably won't, but no, I'm not gonna go that route. Oh shoot, what was I gonna say? Mark, what do you do with music? What do you do with music these days? Anything?
Well, I bought a mandolin the other day.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, I know it sounded like shit, but I just I play guitar. I always am noodling on guitar. I'm not great, but I'm okay. And so the mandolin, there's a lot of similarities there,
Right.
Playing that, and then I hooked up Ableton again because a couple of years ago I recorded a ton of music. And,
really?
Yeah, and then I just I got to a point to where one day it was like 2 years every day, like all day, not all day, but every day I was like recording music. But I suck as a producer. I feel like I'm better at playing and writing than producing. It just sounded like crap to me. So one day, like my wife and her mom were at my house, like fixing the house and doing all this work, and I'm like in my late 30s, like trying to record music in my room, and like at that moment I was like, I'm done with this. Like I feel like a loser, you know, like
Well, you said
my
two
wife and
things
her
there that
mom.
surprised me. I didn't realize that you were married, and two, I didn't realize that you were
Uh,
so far past your late 30s as to be able to
yeah,
look
I know.
back and call
I'm
yourself a
40.
loser.
I'm 41. So
Oh
I know.
my God,
I'm
Mark.
just. Yeah, I'm just immature.
If only I had known that, you never would have been allowed on this stream. This is a safe place for there where there's very rarely any Gen Xers on screen.
Well, I'm a
Oh man.
millennial. I'm not a Gen Xer.
Oh really? What's the upper bounds of millennial? I guess I'm.
I thought it was 80, 1980. I'm 83.
Oh. Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. So you're just at the
What's your
upper end
earliest
of the
memory of the
range.
internet? How about that?
Yeah, you're in the
Earliest
upper
memory
end
of
of the
internet.
range.
That was about 11 years old because I had a friend who was like a hacker, and he's like, "Hey, want to see some porn?" I was like,
Man, I one time I heard he's a psychologist, but I guess he's like a Christian pastoral psychologist. His name's Dan Allender. It was very helpful for me at different times in my life. But one of the things that he said that was just shocking to me at one point was how like the prevalence of porn means that at some like obviously it's the regular Christian kind of moralistic response is obviously like holds water. But and that idea of like, yeah, we live in a wicked generation for sure. But what that also means is that like for many people, they are essentially like you could look at it as a form of sexual abuse to introduce a young child to that kind of content, and it's just so prevalent now that it's like 99% of people basically, or 90% of people probably at some point are just like their hacker friend says, come take a look at this, and then their life changes forever kind of a thing. um, and yeah, him talking about it as like a psychologist, he was just very interested in that as like a trauma. um, but yeah,
"Yeah,
I guess to get it back to the millennial thing, yeah, I'm on the like youngest end of millennial. I'm 93, and I think the cutoff for
yeah,
millennial is 95.
Oh boy.
But yeah, my sister then therefore is Gen Z, and we are different enough where I'm like, okay, that 4 year difference between 93 and 97 is a big enough gap. But I remember a time before smartphones, and kind of playing
yeah."
outside and people not being able to know my every move, all my whereabouts at all times.
And that's
Because
legit.
there was a while there where the internet was around, but it wasn't what it became like in the, I'd say, the mid aughts or something. You
Right.
know, it's like it was there, but there were still businesses who were like, we don't need a website, or whatever. And like I think it was like, yeah, probably about 2000. I don't know, mid 2000s when it just became a whole nother thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm like trying to think of my earliest internet memory, and honestly, it probably would have just been like hearing the AOL, like, you've got mail. Like I
Yeah.
remember when my parents put the computer in the kitchen and it was like, you've got mail. And I thought that was like so cool. It was like the answering machine, but like turned up to 11. Sherry's saying I look younger than 93. That's a first. Usually people think I'm much older. But it was the end of 93. I don't know if that helps. It's December 93, so I barely made it in before 94. Matt C, what was your first? Do you have a first memory of the internet moment?
Yeah, it was the same. I was trying to see if there was something substantial enough to mention about early AOL chat rooms and instant messaging. Because there was a lot of performance. I remember role playing being a thing, and by role playing, I just mean, everybody's pretending you're at a bar or something and you're hitting double colons or something to like frame your expositionary text versus your spoken text in chat rooms. Do you guys remember these phenomenon?
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
That
Oh
was
yeah.
what a wild. It's so interesting. I don't know what to do with that except to say that was how people found a way to creatively express themselves, and it with the first manifestation of a kind of mass media, these chat rooms, proto mass media, and no one's ever tried to do that since. And I don't know what it is about chat rooms that made people want, or where we were as a culture right before AOL that made us want to try that. Like that was the way to do it. But that's what we did for a few years. And that's so strange. We don't have anything close to approximating that. Maybe because of clout. Because back then you still couldn't have any clout, so you just invented a character, I guess. And now that was before Profilicity, I guess. Now our lives are characters. Maybe that's the answer. So you don't have to, pretend to go into a bar. You just go to a real bar and then be your fake self, I guess, be your profile.
Yeah. Oh man, there's a lot there. I'm not sure. There.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with it.
There's a.
It says a lot about what the internet, what we quickly turned it into. That was a way that we used it.
Yeah. Well, I also want to just like dial in on that. That way of communicating where you put the asterisk and then you say looks up or
yeah.
Like
Isn't that wild?
furrows brow. Yeah, there was a weird. Well, it was a time of figuring it out, right? Like I think that it was an early experimentation, and there was a lot of like. I think it was before kind of cynicism settled in as the like game theoretic best move on the board, and so there was still a place for sincerity. But I'm still what put me at a loss for words was that it must have also been that it was like a transitionary period. It had to have been actually the transition between like you said, like a sincerity, authenticity. I guess it would have been authenticity into a profilicity. But I'm not sure. I can't exactly put it into the right words as to like why that cause and effect makes sense to me, but it does.
Here's another aspect. So John McWhorter, I think you brought him up before, Venmo.
Oh yeah.
He talks about how we shifted into using text speech, through our phones and through the internet.
LOL.
As a type of spoken language that we write, when like speech, earlier modern societies we used, we do speeches and we were speaking a written register of the same language. And maybe early internet with these chat rooms and role playing was us still. We knew that we wanted to express emotion in situation and proximity and all these kind of softer, like nonverbal cues because we were literally typing them out. But it was still a written language. Typing things out was still a written register. We hadn't learned.
It was the instantaneousness of it.
Yeah.
We didn't have to worry about any of that type of thing when a letter took. Even if it was just an email, you don't write in your email winks or you probably wouldn't even try to be sarcastic in an email, or at least there'd be enough context. It was when the speeds got to the place.
Extemporaneous nature was like we can emote because it's happening live. Somehow making it live meant we could express more than than that written register. So we started role playing to respond to that, I guess, which is wild. And then it collapsed, and then we started saying "lol," and we've never looked back. But that is so insightful. Yeah, you're right.
I'm shocked that we got there. And you know what? The great thing about this stream is nobody's gonna get to this point.
No, that's really high up the mountain.
And I'm trying to understand what you guys are even saying. Honestly, I mean, I know, but so you're saying
like McWhorter says that So
we started out writing letters or writing long message board things, and then when we got to instant messengers or instant texts, then that made us able to emote, and so now that's shaped our real interaction.
But most key insight was that we intuited correctly that we could start. We gave ourselves permission to start emoting in text because we were sending and receiving that text live. Once we
When you
realized
say
we were
when you
doing
when you
it
say
live,
emoting, do you mean like using emoticons?
Yes, but
well,
not just that.
it was
It's
before
like the
that, yeah.
weird. It's like the weird. It eventually became like a joke with the fedora guy, basically. But
Yeah.
Actually,
it's like tips fedora, like that kind of
yeah, yeah.
interjection
Or
into
memes. Yeah, memes are
Oh,
a kind of
okay.
right.
Yeah.
emotive language. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and so, but that stuff started
Okay.
in like to Matt's point, like that started in the chat rooms with what they called, I guess at the time, role playing. Um, but it was more of just a way
Hmm.
of trying to. It was basically passing the Turing test for each other in a sense, right? Like it was.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like we wanted to know that it was happening in real time and you were an actual person on the other side. And so like yeah, there's something about the emotive, but then there is also something about that kind of like the way in which that it's a doubling, right? Like I'm having to re-present my emotional um the emotional valence or the I'm
Which
having to
which
re
should, it should
yeah.
just be in the sentence itself. You shouldn't have to like.
Right. And so I when I'm typing, I'm trying to add all of this stuff. But the thing is, because we got the written high speed before the the visual, basically,
Mm-hmm.
that opened there was enough of daylight in there for basically profilicity to squeeze in and become the dominant um, social constraint
That
of the
way.
day.
You,
Mm-hmm.
you
And it
mean
evolved from
written?
double colon raises eyebrows to
GIFs.
everything else that we talk about.
I think double
So you
colon is actually one of the genres of books my wife reads.
Yeah, I was gonna say, walked into that. I think it was triple colon.
Yeah, triple colon.
That is
so
wild.
you,
That is so wild. Yeah.
so it's because that text preceded the video, you think, or text preceded?
Well, to be honest,
Well,
Mark, you asking very honest questions is making me realize that maybe I'm just kind of out. Maybe we've just gone out on a limb
Well,
here and
the text
made
was
something
just
up. But
but that's fine.
that was just the medium. Like that was just the bandwidth thing. But it was the
right,
live. If people had been able to send telegrams and like send and receive live, they probably would have defaulted to that same shift, prophylatic shift. At some point, they'd start saying, raises eyebrows, beep, 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 beep,
Sure.
beep, beep. But they didn't because you still had to encode your feelings in the written register because of that delay. But it's it's the live feature that forces
yeah,
people to say, well, I want to communicate more than just my words. I want to communicate how I feel, how I look like I feel. That's so key for prophilicity, right? How I look like how I feel as I'm using these words. So people literally wrote out, I'm feeling this, my character feels this way. And then I say
Right.
my words. And then we figured out how to collapse that and do it much more efficiently. Maybe half a decade later.
Hmm.
That's so
Because I
PhD.
remember like maybe 10 years ago when I realized, oh, I have to put an exclamation point at the end of a lot of my texts or people will think I'm mad at
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. That's the spoken register, isn't it? Uh-huh.
And it's like, but it's not. But I was told, like Mark Twain said, you shouldn't use exclamation points on your own sentences, So,
Mark Twain would have loved internet stuff. All his cynicism and double up,
it's.
like toying with seriousness and
I
being
wonder
coy.
if this same moment could also be responsible for upspeak.
Yeah.
Because there like
Interesting.
that kind of anxiety of the written word being misinterpreted. And this is also, Jonathan, now that Sherry's
Wow.
on here, it reminds me, this is right up Jonathan Dumir's alley, right? Like the death of the written word and all of that stuff. But Sherry, you've come on. I'm sure you've got great wisdom to bestow. So please, the floor
Yeah,
is
take
yours.
us higher up the mountain.
I want to read you something.
Oh, here we go. Please do.
But I think it has to do with what you guys are talking about because it's reflective. So it's a Substack called Poetic Outlaws, which I absolutely love this guy. Like he's just amazing. And he's talking about why poetry today is so awful. And I think if you keep like not a literal mind, but a very open mind about what he's saying, he's not just talking about poetry. He's talking about a way of being in the world, right? So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I just wanted to read some parts. So he has a quote from Bukowski. The best writers have said very little, and the worst, far too much. And then he says, contemporary society is overrun with self-proclaimed poets who relish in the title yet produce very little poetic fire. Much of what parades as poetry these days reeks of self-pitying confessions dressed up in the garb of artistic expression. It fixates on the temporal and panders to the superficial trends and fragile sensitivities of an identity-obsessed culture. Much of today's poetry is little more than an indulgence in personal idiosyncrasies, which is why it's all so bloodless and cerebral and stripped of any potency to shake up or jolt the soul. Unsurprising, I guess, in this navel-gazing age, where personal identity is exalted like a sacred idol, and the sanctuaries of creative thought have been battered by suffocating ideology. With the rise of social media, we've seen the advent of a new frivolous fad called Insta-poetry, a form of cliche-ridden verse crafted for quick consumption and visual appeal. This kind of quaint, fashionable poetry, so beloved by the unlettered crowd, caters to fleeting emotions, trading the depth and substance of true poetry for the sleek ease of a scrollable screen. Shaped by platforms that reward brevity and simplicity, this poetry often eludes the intensity of meaningful engagement with complex themes, favoring instead a surface-level aesthetic that comforts but seldom provokes or challenges the inner life. Many of today's so-called poets perceive the world through a distorted, solipsistic lens. They cling desperately to their own small parochial drama, abandoning the sweeping universal current that gives poetry its true power and resonance. They're mired in the shallow muck of their own ego, too afraid or too blind to plunge into the depths of their being, where the transcendental gold waits to be unearthed. So, what do you guys think of that?
Holy cow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you definitely, yeah, it's of course not only true of poetry, but of really all types of art. And it's that whole difference between beauty and smoothness, right? And so I feel them degrading them, society at large. We have degraded the value of beauty, the standards of beauty to such a degree that
I don't know. Actually, I don't know if you could say we've what's the word?
degraded.
Degraded. I don't know why that didn't want to come out. I think this is something that has something else has taken its place. Like it's not something that we've actively done. We haven't degraded beauty, but something else has just simply replaced it.
Right. Well,
we've completely lost sight of it.
Well, that's a better way to say it. And what has replaced it is the type of art that is achievable by ones and zeros. Like and this is why, like, if you make it insta poetry, that just means that it's less complex, and it may get to the point where it's so simple that a large language model can produce 365 insta poems, and you can just set them up to automatically post, and then you can monetize that, and Bob's your uncle. you're a professional poet now, right?
You know, here's something I've noticed over the years. When I read poetry here in this corner, oftentimes I completely lose the audience. Like people they drift off, so just like that. It's always a little bit of a litmus test for me to do it. Just read some poetry and see what happens.
Well, that's because like poetry takes effort to listen to, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
but
it actually
because,
takes work.
yeah, but it's also because people's attention spans have dwindled to almost nothing. So the other phenomena that I've noticed is a lot of people they can't really consume, let's say they can't watch an old silent movie. They just they can't do it. And it starts with a bit of an interest, and then it just very quickly disintegrates into I don't get it and it's boring.
How about they need subtitles now with
Really?
non-silent movies?
Yeah.
Just so they have a firmer anchor to keep up with the scene.
I was watching this show last night, just a series on whatever, HBO, I think. And there was it's set in the turn of the century in New York City. And there was a scene where they went to a movie theater, and the movie theater, it was just slides that they put in. Like they had a machine that had they had these slides, and they'd stick the slide in, and then they move the camera closer to the screen to zoom, right? And pull it back, and they had a guy, so their introductory thing in their little film was a train. It was kind of their logo. And the train was moving closer towards the audience. And there was, some guy ringing a bell, sounded like a train bell, and blowing a whistle. And the other guy was pushing the camera closer to the screen, and everybody in the audience was just like, and like, this is right when, so it's really fun to watch people's faces in this. They did a good job of it. They lit up the Times building for the first time, Edison did, in New York City. So there was no electricity, right? And so like, this is like magic. And last night I was watching these people in this movie theater watching this film, but like he's making the thing move by holding the slide and slipping it back and forth in the machine. Eh? It's like, that's the movement. It's not even a film, and everybody's faces are like, their eyes are huge and round, and they're like, and I'm like, look at all the monkeys. Look at all the monkeys. Like, they're completely transfixed by the light, like literally the physical light of the screen, and the phenomenon of having this moving image, right? And now look at us, like, if you look at that moment in that thing and think about where we are today, it's like, how much more dumbed down are people compared to, that little moment of going to a quote unquote movie theater, because those people left the theater and went back to grubbing around in the dirt, right, to make a living.
Well, it makes me think too. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
Well, I was just going to say, there's been times where I sat down, like, I'm going to watch a movie. I go through Netflix for like 10 minutes. Then I go through Amazon for like 10 minutes. It's like, forget it. Nothing to watch. There's so much. It's just like,
too
and
much.
those people, they were probably just watching a guy walk down the street, and it was like a miracle. And it's so crazy.
It is. Yeah. Like, there's this movie called Blast from the Past, which I just love, with Sissy Spacek and Brendan Fraser, and I never remember the guy's name who played the dad. It's really worth watching. But they end up going into a bomb shelter. They think that it's during the Cuban Missile Crisis, And he takes his wife down to his bomb shelter because Kennedy's on the news and he's making announcements about what's happening. Everybody's scared. And this guy's he's just a genius, a wizard, right? And he built this complete replica of their house underground. So they go down in it, and then at the moment when they get in there, a plane crashes into their house, and he figures it's the bomb. So he locks them in for 30 years, right, into this bomb shelter, and he's got this like film projector, and one show, The Honeymooners with Jackie Gleason. And he has to play it backwards because he's projecting it into what looks like a television, right? Like he invented this thing. And, you know, it shows him watching it with his wife and baby, and then it shows him watching it with his toddler, and then it shows him watching it with his teenage son because they have a baby. And then he's a 30-year-old man, and they're still laughing about it. And it's the same show. Like, it's not. And the mother is going insane, right? Because she's seen it 100 million times. Anyway.
Yeah, no, they didn't put any romance novels down there, unfortunately.
She's on her little, they had those vibrating things back in the 60s. She's got her champagne cocktail, and she's completely losing her shit.
Yeah, there is a weird sense in which like real nostalgia hasn't been tried. You know?
And that's really what that whole movie's about, actually. Real nostalgia. And they name their son Adam, and then 30 years later, the doors open and they go up, and of course everything's changed, and they're in the worst part of town. And what used to be their house is now a bar, and it's run by it's actually condemned. And there's this one guy that he's got his own story, and he's in there, and they have an elevator, and the floor pops open, and the father comes up, and he thinks it's a nuclear blast. So he's dressed in all this stuff, right? And the guy thinks he's a god. Like the guy literally thinks that a god has just emerged out of the ground in his what used to be a restaurant. And he asks him who he is, and he says he's the father. And so they start a cult around this elevator, eh?
Oh wow.
You gotta watch it. It's just the best movie. And then the son comes up, and they ask him who he is, and he's like, I'm the son. The father and the son. And then finally Sissy Spacek comes up with her champagne cocktail, because by this time she's an alcoholic, eh? She just and they ask her who she is, and she says she's the mother, and they're like, oh, mother, the mother. You know?
If you want millennials to watch Blast from the Past, all you have to do is say Brendan Fraser was on it.
Brendan Fraser, yeah, he was the boy. The son. He goes up, and then he has to find a wife. And he does find a wife. His name's Adam, and then he finds a girl named Eve.
Well, there you go. Matt, have you ever? So I one of my favorite things to do is to just type on YouTube like vintage movie, and there's plenty of free vintage movies on YouTube. And my favorite thing to do is not necessarily to watch them, but this is such a millennial move, right? Right? Is like I like to put them on in the background while I scroll through my phone. You know, So
wow.
Okay, so I want to know why that is. Like, I don't know if you. But let's brainstorm this. Like,
well, it's just like having a fire, right? Like it's we also have a fireplace, but it's a very similar, if not like super normal stimuli version of the fire. And I don't always scroll my phone. You know, sometimes I've got my, I've got my ukulele in my hand, and I'm doing that instead. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of like, I guess my attention span is not where I wish it was, you know, like I wish I could, like I used to could just listen to like a full, Vivaldi, the Four Seasons, the full hour and a half or whatever, or Handel's Messiah, or, Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, like the full, like, but in some ways, even those like magnum opus masterworks don't hold a candle to people who are alive right now talking about random things. You know, like there's a weird sense in which, like, obviously to be here means that we are, for most people, better, or for some people, I should say, time better spent than listening to like Mozart. You know, because you could be listening to Mozart right now, but everybody who's within the scan of my range of my voice has chosen this instead of Mozart, right? So, but I don't know, like
I don't know, like McMo. I've been really hunkering down lately and spending time just in contemplative things, like listening to Vivaldi's Four Seasons, the whole thing, Beethoven's Ninth.
Oh my gosh, Sherry, have you ever heard Max Richer's recomposition of Vivaldi's Four Seasons?
No, but send it my way.
Oh yeah, I will send it to you immediately.
And then of course my techno music, and you know, like I love techno. And what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So I was doing just that, and suddenly I started writing a poem in my head. And I'm like, wait a minute, I haven't done this for a long time. Something, you know, like if I was in a MRI right now, I think parts of my brain that hadn't lit up for a while would be lighting up right now. Like there's something about it that's really, it's reserved for that experience. Like you can't replicate it outside of those things, you know, of being carried in some kind of contemplative way. Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
To answer Yon God in the comments, no, it is not merely an arrangement. He calls it a recomposition. So it's basically like a classical version of a remix. But if you basically imagine...
Who's Max Richter anyway?
Max Richter is my favorite composer. If you're familiar with the movie Arrival, there's this violin piece at the beginning and the end, and it kind of represents her ability to, you know, time travel essentially through.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, so he's, and I can't remember the name of that song, something of Daylight, but yeah, so he recomposes, he basically remixes Vivaldi, and I love it. I think it's.
I gotta listen to it. He's ambient, minimalist, classical, contemporary.
Oh yeah, he's got an 8-hour album called Sleep, and it's meant to put on while you sleep, and it is gorgeous. I used to put it on to pray to.
What's the name again?
Max
Richter. So MaxRichter. I just
Got
put
it.
the recomposed in the Grail Country
Perfect.
Tunes Discord.
Perfect.
Very cool.
I'll be listening to that. Oh, and it's a Deutsche Grammophon, and he's German. I don't know. Something about those Germans, man. They're just special.
Yeah. Bach German.
They are special.
Mozart. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I'm not sure. I think some of them.
Well, and you know, a lot of my favorites, and I'll be just listening to one of my playlists, and then Spotify takes over because I'm busy doing something. And whenever I hear something that's really, you know, grabs me, I run over and add it to one of my playlists, and it's almost always a German guy. It's so weird.
We all have our favorites. Matt,
And I'm
what's
not fully aware. I'm not fully aware. Like I'm not, and the sound isn't always the same, but I don't know. Like Rudolf Steiner talks about the German language as being so plastic because you can actually create your own words in German. You can form compound words, right? And when I read Rilke, for instance, in German, and then I read him in English, he's so much more beautiful in German. And it's not because it's his native tongue. It's because German has the ability to express in a way that English just does not have. This is why a lot of philosophical language is German. Yep. Mensch, Gestalt, you know.
From the language that brought you kindergarten.
Yeah.
Matt C., what's your Spotify Wrapped looking like these days?
It's very tiki coded.
Oh hell yeah! Oh wait, we've talked about this on Discord before. Yeah, you sent me that one band.
I've been all up and down with Peruvian chicha music.
Oh my goodness!
What the
Which
heck?
that band kind of reinvents and remixes. It's like a pre-Columbian rhythm, I guess, that kind of was, what you heard up in the mountains that the poor people used to do who weren't cool and hip. And then in the 50s, like rockabilly Peruvians picked it up and said like, hey, we can like rock and roll to this. And they figured out a way to implement that particular rhythm with guitar music and stuff. And it's like this interesting little hybrid time capsule,
Did I ever send you Peter Cat Recording Company?
No, that sounds really cool.
So there's two things that is so tiki coded. I can't believe I haven't talked to you about them before. But one is Peter Cat Recording Company. They're an Indian band, but they're very much have the kind of like tropical Mediterranean almost grooves. And the guy who's singing, he sounds like Frank Sinatra. Like he's got a voice like Sinatra, and he's just like this Indian dude.
And they're from India? Oh,
yeah.
man. That's
so
right,
they are who made the song Soulless Friends that I
It's so
covered.
prolific. I love it.
Yeah.
Like,
and their
so
music
many
videos
good
are
ways
gorgeous.
to be prolific.
What
Like
is
you can
pro-
just embody a culture you have no connection with just because you love it.
Yeah. So
What does that mean, prolific?
like profilicity, like the whole sincerity, authenticity, profilicity thing.
Yeah. So what is it?
So
The
profilytic has to
post-sincerity.
do. Oh, you go, Matt. You go.
Well, just that it's how we've advanced or regressed beyond sincerity or authenticity, where our authentic self is the profile, which is super tragic. But in music, it can be really fun. You could explore all these kind of sounds, and you can generate all kinds of soundscapes that you have no business exploring. All for the sake of the profile. Is that fair, Big Mo?
The profile on a platform like Spotify, for example. Is that what you're saying?
I think So I think the bridge that needs to be gapped here is there's a similar thing happening to the profilicity that happens online, where I can play a character, and I could be McMo instead of Matt, which I'm glad I am McMo, because if there was two Matts on stream, it would be highly confusing. But like, if you bridge that, if you connect that to kind of the idea of genre, where I can play the role of a heavy metal singer, even though I'm not living the rock star lifestyle, kind of a thing. Or these Indian dudes, because they like these grooves, and the guy likes singing like Frank Sinatra, they can come up with this very, to me, it sounds Mediterranean. But like French,
it's
French
Ziggy
Mediterranean.
Stardust. It's Kiss. It's all this kind of like the performance is the real version. That false performance framing zone, the theater.
It's like Sergeant Pepper's
music. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper.
Still don't get it. So then so it's not authentic. Your profilicity is not authentic.
It's neither. Well, so in the common parlance of authentic, yes, it can be very authentic. You can be saying like, "This is my true self. This is who I am. I might be from India, but I'm choosing to represent my authentic self with this genre of music."
But wouldn't that be though like the Silk Road?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I think
because we have so much access.
Yeah.
right.
You
It
know?
is certainly connect. That was the exact point I was going to try to make, Sherry, was connecting that kind of, because it's not exactly the same idea, right? The kind of, maybe you could distinguish it between the profilytic and the meta modern, right? And this is what Chad has pointed to with Sleep Token, the fact that they can play, and Bill Murray even more, but there's this blending and this borrowing of genres in some of the most cutting edge of today's music, and some of the most cutting edge of today's film and TV. There's this real genre bending, but it also has to do, I think, with the kind of death of cynicism and the end of cynicism, where it kind of, this is the profilytic move, where like you play the character for so long that you yourself starts relating to the character more than the person who created the character, in a sense, right?
Yeah,
And so
that
it's
I don't know.
yeah. So the way that I painted it at the end there, it shows, because I think that the prolificity is inherently dangerous and a bad thing, but that kind of freedom to be able to draw from various histories, genres, places,
But
I
I
think
don't
that's a
think
good
that's
thing.
ever been. I don't think that's never been the case. Like people have been blending culture and including music for ever.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's the only way that
Of course.
that's the only way that we can make progress. Actually,
I think so too, but I think like the Silk Road, there was a difference in like the time scales, and there was a difference in like the internet actually kind of makes that process way faster and way easier, right? Like it's not just
And more incoherent. There used to be more like rhyme and reason why things blended, you know? Like you
right.
said,
Well, just
oh, you
having
know,
it.
my husband has albums from a French guy who's playing Bach, but it's all jazz, right? And I mean, I grew up listening to Yes, which was basically classical music turned into, psychedelic rock.
I think the thing
So-
with Propolicity is that the stage is the primary zone for the artist now. When they come off the stage, that's an exception. Now, like the internet, the online space. Like
Oh,
that
so you're just saying
Yeah.
you're just saying basically that everyone's just having Instagram lives.
Yeah, you get it. Yeah, no, it's trying to capture that, like the online profile aspect. Like if you could essentialize that and figure out what is going on with, you can talk to your
and just
dad
think of,
not online and there's no risk, and you can talk about anything. But the moment you talk with your dad on a live stream, you want to kill yourself because there's, that's the stage. Suddenly, now you're in profile.
Yeah, it's never the case for me. Like honestly, I'm very well aware, and I'm actually seeding into it for like the future of, and hoping that my grandchildren, or even my children, because they don't bother with anything I do, right? Just like most people who have family members in the corner, even Paul Van Clay, his wife never watches his videos. But when you're gone, they'll miss you, right? They'll want to watch things. And so, and I'm very aware that whatever I'm saying to you guys, I'm also saying to them. And I'm saying it to my grandkids and my great grandkids. Like I'm putting that out there. It's like my investment for my children for the future.
Mm.
And I never think of this as a stage. Like I'm not acting. I don't act here. And I don't know, the reason I think I don't understand Propolicity is because I don't have any social media. Like this is it. This is me here with social media. This is it. Like I went from nothing to the deep end because I'm on YouTube, right? But I still don't have, I don't have a cell phone. I don't have Facebook. I don't have Instagram. I don't have any of those things, and I never will. I don't want to be that. I don't want myself to fall into the trap of thinking that I don't even like taking photos anymore, to be honest, because a lot of people, they only take pictures of, photographs were memorable moments, like birthdays, Christmas, anniversaries. I remember the day, right? And a birth, a baptism, those kinds of things. But now there's so many photos all the time that, just like Mark was saying about looking on Netflix or Amazon for a movie, it's overwhelmingly, it's too daunting, right? There's too many choices. There's too many photos to look at. And so you just don't look at any. They don't mean anything anymore. I mean, isn't that why gold is so valuable? Because it's rare and it's going to run out one day. It's limited. It's a limited resource.
Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's so valuable. So I do. I like delayed gratification. I've always practiced that in my life because I've always felt the thrill of it. Like there's a thrill, right, when you can finally stop the work and you can have your coffee or have that chocolate bar or whatever it is, But you keep telling yourself not yet, because and that's what makes it so intensely enjoyable. Is this idea of delayed gratification, and I think people have lost actually that. Just because they can, go on their phones, they can do all those things all the time, anytime, anywhere.
Yeah.
Like when I go to town, I can't communicate with anybody because I don't have a phone. I have to go to a Wi-Fi, like a local grocery store that offers free Wi-Fi, park close to the building, hook up with my iPad, and text somebody, "Are you home? I just wondered if you want to meet up."
You mean other people in your family?
Yeah, like my mom, where are you? Are you in town? Do you want to go for coffee? Kind of thing. I don't phone because I don't have a phone, right? She does. Everybody else has one, but I don't. So, and there's something just so beautiful about it, like I can't do it, right? And so I don't even think about it. And I don't, if I was to introduce that into my life, it would put me in a place where there would be like this knee-jerk reaction, where you think you have to pull your phone out when you're sitting in an airport lounge because everybody, like, what are you going to do? Just stare at people? That's awkward. So everybody has to look into their screen, right? Like it's a hiding place. It's
Yeah, you don't want to talk to them,
No, and in the Me Too moment, you don't even look at them. There's just people.
Yep.
Yeah, and I never have that. I can't do that. I have to sit there and I have to look at people, and people don't like it.
Yeah, my wife's uncle, he's like this farmer in his late 60s, and he like still lives where he was born, and he's never really left for any extended period of time. And he's like one of those guys where he just has stories forever, just like he can make what happened yesterday sound hilarious, and he just got a smartphone like a year ago, and I'm just bemoaning it, sucks. He probably won't get that into it, but it's just like, yeah, like I had an older coworker who retired, and she was like, everybody in the break room, they just look at their phones. We used to talk, and I think about that often because before that, you had to just interact with people because you're bored. It's like instead of scrolling something, you had to just because of your own boredom. That's the only thing you have to interact with, is the person next to you. And now it's crazy. I'll be around people and I'll be looking at TLC stuff, like interacting with people that aren't around me.
Yeah.
It was crazy. This never happened to me, but until today. I was in church this morning, and the preacher was up there talking, and he's like, "Yes," and then like him talking about Luke or something, and he's like, and then they came up to Galilee, and I was like, "Wait, where'd they come from?" Because I zoned out, and I actually was like wanting to scroll back and rewind like what he said. Like I was listening to a YouTube video or something. Like I started.
I do that.
Right.
Actually, my sister, like, I need glasses for reading, and my sister, she has a phone. When she's in the grocery store, she can't read the labels right without her glasses, so she takes a picture and then zooms. I'm like, oh my god! Now it's a magnifying glass.
Yeah, there was something that Mark said about the break room and the social skills, and oh man, am I going to be able to remember it now? Oh yeah, it's like yeah, it was a SAT analogy. It was like Oh gosh. Because it had to do with storytelling. Because like back in the day, like storytelling was a much more vaunted gift, right? And people practiced it way more often. My parents still are both of my parents are really good storytellers,
Nice.
and partly I think it's because they just get so much, like they just constantly tell each other the same stories over and over again.
Yeah.
Like they're not. Both me and my wife have a tendency to kind of be like, okay, I know this story. You don't have to say it beat for beat. We can kind of just reference it and get the chuckle and go on. But I realized that there was like, it's something that my parents do. Well, they'll just tell an old story to one another, like from, you know, the good old days for them is like when me and my sister were young, and they were kind of, you know, in the thick of parenting. But so here's the analogy. It's something like Instagram stories. They're called Instagram stories, right? The little short form clips that you can go through. Instagram, or I guess Reels is the Instagram Reels, but stories are the things from your friends on top. Snapchat, same thing. Those stories are to what regular stories used to be, as the kind of TikTok music is to some of those longer concertos and symphonies. Like there is, I think that our attention spans are changing, right? And I think it's easy to say that they're shrinking, but the problem is that these like multi-hour conversations are also extremely popular, right? And so if you can hold on your concentration to a 4-hour conversation, what are we at? We're at 322. You know, if there's people here who have been here the whole time, like, yeah, so I guess the word I would want to say is maybe it's changing or something, but there does seem to be that obvious like short stuff. Our attention spans are shrinking, but then we've also got this anomaly of these 4-hour conversations.
Yeah, totally. You know, I was talking to Luke Johnston recently about the storytelling thing, because he was telling me that he was reading a fairy tale to his son, who's only 3, and the reason he decided it was a bigger fairy tale, like, yeah, I can't remember which one, but it wasn't like a little kid's book, or it was an actual book, fairy tale. The reason he tried it was because his little guy used to say to him all the time, "No, don't read me that book," because they were kids' books and they were simple. Tell me a story, Dad. Tell me a story. And Luke was like, "Oh man, it's not easy, right, to just make up a story some nights." So he decided to just read one out of like Rapunzel or something, you know, a big, longer version, and for older kids, not for 3-year-olds. And you know, his kid was just engrossed in it, fell asleep to it, actually. It lulled him to sleep, which is a good thing. And then Luke put it down and went to bed, and then told his wife all about the story, and then sent me a voice message and told me all about the story. And I said, "Isn't that interesting?" Like, this is the beautiful thing about stories. And I remember when I went to see Martin Shaw down on the island, he said, okay, after the evening was done and he had told 3 stories or whatever, he said, "Now I want you to go home and I want you to retell these stories in your own words." And what happens when you retell the story is very similar to what happens when you tell someone your dream. So you're remembering and you're telling at the same time. And so the things that jump out at you are the first things off your lips, but then you have to go back and say, "But wait, no, there was this other thing first." And then, right? And, "Oh, actually that was bigger than, and this was smaller than," you know, like you're correcting yourself. And so you're distilling the story or the dream, but you're also walking, you're, how do I put this? It feels to me like you're encountering the archetypes at the same time. Like you're moving into the archetypes of the story, right? The ones that are universal and that hold the most symbolic weight in the story. And of course, they are fractal, and they
All
start.
I gotta head out. See you guys.
Bye, Matt.
Bye, Matt. Thanks for hanging, dude.
And they just kind of trickle, like they trickle in really, really, really slowly. They seep, right? And so you have to keep telling the story in order to really to get it. And I think regards to your parents telling family stories over and over again. They're doing the same thing, McMo. They're doing the same thing when they tell the story. They're distilling the story. They're meeting the archetype in the story, and there's a wisdom in the story that they don't want to give you explicitly. It's an implicit wisdom within the story that they're passing down, right?
So one thing, that Luke story, because I remember when I think you guys might have talked about it on a live stream, or maybe you told me about it when we were talking in Discord or something. But because I remember that story, and what it made me think of was just how bizarre it was. Because I used to fall asleep. Well, I used to fall asleep to the Vivaldi Four Seasons, but just Baroque music in general. My dad loved Baroque, and he would he had it on tape, and so we would be driving home from church late night, and he would put in the Baroque tape, and I would be lights out in the car seat. So some of my earliest memories are of falling asleep in a car seat. But he would also play apologetics tapes, so like Hugh Ross and R.C. Sproul and Ravi Zacharias. So I come by the kind of love for philosophical discussion and theological discussion pretty honest. Like that was kind of those were my bedtime stories in a lot of ways. So, but yeah, in some sense, I'm grateful for you saying that, because it seems like it could be an opportunity for me to listen to some of those stories with new ears and try to figure out some of the wisdom and some of the archetypes within them. I think it's also, both of my parents are pretty funny, so there's also a kind of
wonderful humor in it.
Yeah, there's a wanting to tell the joke well, kind of a thing. And so in order to tell the joke well, you kind of have to hit the right beats. There's a technique to it, and so it's a little bit like a tightrope walk. And there's a I remember my dad growing up, he used to always say, and he was quoting my mom telling him, but it was, don't ruin a good story with the facts. So my mom is always, and maybe this is why they always tell stories, because my mom is always trying to tell a good, compelling, funny story. Right. She was like the high school state essay champion when she was a senior. So she's got that kind of like writer's mind of like, I want to structure this story in the most impactful way possible. And then my dad, because he's on the spectrum, he's like, we need to get every detail perfectly right. And he has an amazing memory, and he'll remember exactly how you put something. So if you ever say something to him, he'll remember it, and you won't, and he'll be like, this is exactly what you said. And so there's like that tension between the details of factually what happened versus what makes a good story. And so my dad used to always tell me, don't ruin a good story with the facts. And there is a real sense in which the facts can ruin a good story.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Like my sister and I tell stories, and we experience a lot of life together, like a lot of like really huge events. And now in our 60s, she's 60, I'm 62. When we tell those stories again, I have my own version, she has her own version. And she does this thing, because she's not as philosophical as me, but she does this thing where she says, that's not true. That's not how it happened. It was like this. And I'm like, no, Trace, that's how it happened for you. This is how it looked like from my perspective, right? But she keeps wanting to correct me and give me the facts. And that ruins the story, because it takes away from the archetypal nature of the story and the mythological nature of the story. And I mean, I'm not making things up when I'm telling the story, but my memories are different, right? Yeah. I forget a lot of things, and she remembers other things.
Well, now it's making me think of my two grandfathers. So my dad's dad was a cleanup crew for World War II. I think. Hey,
sorry to interrupt you. I got to get going though.
All right, cool. Thanks for hanging, Mark.
My pleasure. Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
See you around.
I hope I didn't kill the stream.
No. I mean, this is 3.5 hours, Sherry. So
yeah.
After this, I'm just gonna play the song, the tribute to Dog Bark. And then call it a night. But yeah, I do want to say a little something about both of my grandfathers. My dad's dad, he told stories by leaving a lot of stuff out. And I think a lot of that had to do. He would prefer corny jokes to kind of talking about life and what he had gone through. I think,
Right.
and some of the things he had seen. But godly man, great man, silly goose too. My other grandfather was also a very silly goose, but he would just straight up make stuff up. Like
Yeah.
there, and we could never tell what was true. He also does this. He did this thing where, at the last second in family photos, he would make a funny face, and so the whole family would look normal, and then he would kind of, and it would be subtle too. Like he'd just stick out his chin a little bit, so that he looks slightly off, or cross one eye. Like kind of that.
That's
that
awesome.
Stuff.
He was embellishing. He was an embellisher.
Yeah. And so my mom's dad, one of the things that we found out was actually true, but he used to always talk about how his nickname in high school was Crazy Legs because of how he ran the football on the football team. And it was one of those things, everybody just assumed that he made it up, right? And but come to find out, he actually printed out a newspaper article from him when he was in high school, and it said Crazy Legs Harmon, which is his last name is Harmon.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like, oh my gosh, he actually was Crazy Legs Harmon. And so,
Well,
yeah,
you can tuck all those things, those gems in with enough falsehood that nobody can distinguish what's true. Like it's a good way of it's not a hiding thing, but it's
covering
like
your tracks.
Well, it's a buffering too of maybe the harshness of life. You know what I mean? Like, because if you told the story as is, it sounds horrible, but you don't want it wasn't horrible, right? Like, so you want to buffer it somehow, I guess.
Yeah. Well, when you start talking about family, it's just family dynamics start getting into it too, and I know the relationships that my two grandparents had, and the children that came from those, and the relationship between all the children, and so I could probably say too much and talk about some of the ramifications, but I think broadly that kind of paints a good picture of some of the things involved with storytelling. But to your earlier point, I do think that in many ways we've just kind of lost a lot of those skills as a culture. But maybe with this kind of new online, face-to-face, long-form conversations, some of that can be relearned, rekindled, revalued.
Yeah.
Maybe we're onto something.
Well, I love storytelling. I'm a storyteller by nature. I just know that because people always say to me, I just love listening to your stories, and it's not like I go out to tell stories, but that was actually how I was able to get a lot of my points across, because I didn't have the propositional language. So I would just tell the story, right? Now I have more propositional language and I tell less stories.
That's a
Which
shame.
is kind of a bummer, but it has its advantages too.
I'm trying to think of a good question to ask you so that we could end on a story.
Well, you know what? We could end on a poem. There's a poem. You guys were talking about meeting your favorite artist and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Remember? And it's the same guy, Poetic Outlaws. This guy pumps out so much stuff. And sometimes it's just an introduction to another poet. It's oftentimes that's all. He doesn't write his own thing. He just shares. And I haven't read this one yet, but I wanted to. It's a poem that he wrote, Eric Rittenberry. He's the author of that Substack, Poetic Outlaws. Highly recommend it. And it's called The Artist in His Shadow. Do you want to end on that?
Yeah, let's do it. So you read the poem, and then I will play the tribute to Dog Bark, and I might play some more music after that. But we'll transition into McMo Radio after this poem.
Perfect. I'll say goodbye to you then.
All right. See you after.
Smooth transition.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah, we'll go. Yeah, high production value here.
Yeah. Okay. So it's called The Artist and His Shadow. He is unfit for this life, this unduly managed era, devoid of poesy and freedom, a time of useless haste in honor of the illusion of progress, a life starving of life. a life dripping with chains as dull-witted bureaucrats and political imbeciles run amok. There's something dark and peculiar in him that forbids his full participation in the blatant absurdity of today's world. Even as a child, he felt something fierce was there in him, an unrest, an unrealized freedom, something shadowy but knowing, a deep-seated primordial power groping endlessly in the apocalyptical night. It's still there, stirring in the inmost abyss, this esoteric ghost, this daemon, dwelling in the shadows of the soul, convulsing and throbbing like a diabolical gypsy in the throes of ecstasy. He tries at times to wash it away with morality and decency, bowing down to the sanctified normalcy of his fellow humans. But still, it's there, raging, taunting him, hounding him, forcing him out of the prison of self and into the creative realm, the destructive realm, into the elemental kingdom of existence. It calls forth the spirit into a higher dominion of being and yearns for expression, this enigmatic drive, even at the cost of reputation and alliance, and it tempts the body, the vehicle of the soul, to thrive with Dionysian defiance, and it wants to flip over the table of conventionalities, go to war with all customary forms and cultural norms. It's this archaic force that burns from the most profound depths of his being, an insatiable rapture that coalesces the dark of the unconscious with the universal light, arousing the sheer realization of his utter nothingness, the true awakening. He could hardly put on a mask and endure the typical occupation, or partake in the social games of the ordinary, blindly acting out his role on the stage of culture, following the fashions of the day, living uncritically as a conditioned child. Undefinable, with no creed or title, and a fierce contempt for conceptual reality, he's in spiritual exile from the place and time he was born into. Terribly alone among his contemporaries, misunderstood by an arid society, an aimless wanderer he is, laughed at by the well-adjusted, their minds chloroformed with low-grade entertainment, their meanings and desires built into them from the outside. The more emaciated they are inwardly, the showier they become outwardly. But he cares nothing of status and spectacle or the unimaginative interests of the bourgeois. So he ventures onward towards an austere existence, choosing the possibility of poverty over pointless labor, autonomy over dependency, art over it all. An unconditional renunciation of a secure existence in search of the sublime. He's in flight from the endless trivialities that make up the modern world, choosing instead to live perilously close to the primal forces within. His fate he knows. He is doomed to suffer alone. When uninspired, the firm grip of melancholy takes hold, and he becomes the unhappiest of mortals, endlessly sloshing around in a cesspool of despair, nourishing his apathy with whiskey and mascara-smeared love. But when enthused, he's lit up, galvanized, electrified, and his heart is filled to the brim with poetic rapture, and the forces at work within him become relentless. He is transformed into a mere instrument of supremely powerful forces, consecrating and sacrificing every fiber of his being to the supreme task of creation, quenching the thirst of a bone-dry generation. O melodies above me in the infinite, to you I rise.
Thank you so much, Sherry. And with that, we will call it a night here. It's already night in Western North Carolina. And so, without further ado, First, I'll play some branding, and then we will hit the tribute to Dog Bark. Thank you so much to everybody who joined me today. It was a lot of fun. Until next time.
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend you won't want to miss with special guests Cale Zeldin, Paul Vanderklay, Rod Dreer, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, and Jonathan Pajot. Midwestuary 2025, the Fellowship of the Spirit. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. judge, and he will do what's right. And the details of that I cannot say, but the confidence I have is in the character of God, which I'm not different from those guys arguing about, arguing that universalism is true because of the character of God. We seem to say the same. We see the same character of God, but we might see other questions about. Got a dog bark. He wouldn't really dance. He would sort of shuffle. He was really a slow mover, but inside he was not moving slowly. Inside he was ready to enjoy the world and ready to rejoin church and ready to get into music and ready to go out and eat and make friends. And he really enfolded the Freddie and Paul show crew and encouraged them and took videos of them and just always encouraged Freddie to dance and to do more music. And so yeah, his loss is a big loss. And he was very faithful coming to Estuary. He loved coming to Estuary. He loved the different ideas. He loved telling stories. He had good stories. And so it is, I don't know, he had heart trouble years ago, so it might have been a heart attack. I don't know what caused his passing. His health wasn't great, but inside he was very alive. And as I told Kimo, I have no questions where he is. He's no longer fettered by his body, but now he can make music better than he ever could in this world. And yeah, so I miss Dog Park. I miss him a lot. So I thought I'd make this announcement because I know people sort of come and go in the corner. People sort of come and go in the Freddie and Paul show. And I know that he's been gone for a little while from the Freddie and Paul show because again, he sort of cycling through churches. He found a church that was closer to home. And so he's just going to different churches. And because part of the difficulty with someone like him was no church was ever sort of enough. Churches would, Living Stone sort of fit the part of him. He told me because when Kimo started playing piano, Kimo was just sort of learning piano, so he'd play with one hand. And Dog Bark said to me, he said, if this church can can tolerate a pianist with one hand, they could probably tolerate me. And I thought, yeah, we might be short on money, we might be short on different kinds of talent, we might be short on finesse and facade, but what we are not short on at Living Stones is character, and what we are not short on at Living Stones is you can find your place here too, and that is what he recognized, and he had his place here. And it's too bad because his favorite month of the year was February, because usually February we do African American spirituals for Black History Month, and he loved last February. He loved it. He says, I wish this was our music all year long at Living Stones. It's like, yeah, Living Stones, we're a pretty eclectic bunch. So we are very, very much going to miss him. He was a sweet, sweet man, and full of energy and full of life. And I'm glad that he had this year and a half of sort of renewed energy before he passed, so that I could get to know him, and so that I could be his friend, and so that the rest of us, especially the Freddie and Paul show and others at Living Stones, could get to know him. And yeah, so maybe I'll play the I'll just add to this a couple of my favorites. If I'll leave a link to the playlist to the Freddie and Paul Show too, and to his channel, so that if you want to explore it, when I would play his music as branding on live streams, he'd be like, "Yeah, play as much as you want. We just want to get it out there." He just wanted to fill the world with music, and he made a joyful noise, as Psalm 100 says. And that's who he was, and that's what he did. That's what he did. And so, prayers for his family.
Where are you here?
Oh, there I am. Hey.
Where are you?
Got me?
Oh boy. Yeah. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me.
Come on, Ted.
Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. All along this Jesus journey. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. Yeah.
Walk with my mama.
You walk with my mama.
Walk with me.
Walk with me too.
You walk with my mama.
Yeah.
Walk with me.
And walk with me too.
While I'm on my Jesus journey. I want Jesus. Walk with me.
Walk with me. Yeah, hold my hand, Lord. Hold my hand. Hold my hand, Lord. Hold my hand. All along this Jesus journey. Hold my hand, Lord, and hold my hand.
Walk with Moses.
You walk with Moses.
Walk with me.
Walk with me.
You walk with Moses. Walk with me.
Walk with me.
While I'm on
Yeah. Jesus journey.
I want
Jesus to walk with me.
Stay a little out there. Oh, I like the dog.
with me. Walk with me. Walk with David, a little shepherd boy.
That's a dude that wanna.
Yeah, you made him a great king. I know David shouted for joy. You walked with David, and he's a little shepherd boy. You made him a great king. David shouted for joy.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. So walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. All along this Jesus journey. Walk with me, Lord. Walk with me. You gotta walk with me, Lord.
Yeah! That was rocking great, brother.
Oh, yeah.
In the corner has been swamped with a
mind control.
Mind control. Mind control. Mind control.
Seethings throws for mind control. So this is how bad I have failed receiving.
I understand you have a respect for serious play. Yes, I have a ritual with my channel where, like reminding fish that they're in water, I remind people that there's a lot of mind control out there, even if you just consider advertisement.
So this is how bad I have failed.
I give you a savings throw against the mind control I use against you. So A, you know I'm using it against you, and if it works, I get more points. And B, you get the chance to resist. You base your resistance on your choice between your will to survive, your social networks, your accumulated wisdom, or the power of your heart.
Mind control will continue in a moment.
Dum, dum, dum. That all sounds well and good, but really, how do I get there? Okay, you said this whole beautiful thing, and I know many of you, especially out there on the YouTube channel, are going to say, you know, I have problems believing this stuff. Yeah, I get it. The thing is, a lot of people who say I have problems believing this stuff think that the way to answer those problems is by theory. And generally speaking, no. You just don't work that way. You don't ride a bike. You don't learn to ride a bike by theory. You don't learn to swim by theory. You can watch a lot of videos about swimming, but I promise you will not learn to swim without getting in water.
See, like when you guys make the premiere of the branding, I can see it being 2.5 minutes, but normally I need like a minute or 30-second size clips. So, do your fancy premiere, but then also give me the